cute, sexy, and fun. You're watching CSF Nation's own WMK TV, Channel 90. All right. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Good morning, CSF Nation. I'm Makini, art streamer and illustrator, and today I am not holding back. Today, this is my day off. I'm going to go with this is my day off, and I am going to react in full. So, I put up a poll a couple of days ago asking you guys if it was worth talking about this. And everybody voted that it's not worth my time. It's not worth my time. It's not worth the effort. It's just not worth it. And I thank you for this, guys. And I thank everybody who voted. I think everybody voted who didn't want me to do it. So I appreciate that. However, this blew up. This whole situation blew up, and as I was listening to Smash JT's streams this week, both of them, and also Cassie, Cult Classic Cage, I got a lot to get off my chest regardless of this. So, what am I talking about? Well, if you guys did not see the title of the video, I need to, we're going to bring this up. We're going to react to this right here. We're going to react to this straight up. And I'm going to be drawing as well. And we're going to react to this in full. This is a 33-minute video. This may end up being a 2-3 hour stream. I don't care. I need to get this off my chest. Because there is a lot of people have already pointed out the big questions in the room, but there are a couple of things that people didn't point out that I took. Well, I'll be honest here. There are some parts in this video where I took personally, and I'm not holding back at this point. I need to let this out. I need to let this get this off my chest. So a couple of warnings before I am not holding back. I have a clear mind. I will try to be as creative as I possibly. I will try to be as articulate as I possibly can when I make these points out. But I am not holding back. I'm not holding back. Second warning. This is directed straight at Melonie. I say this because I know I have plenty of Christians in my chat. I have plenty of Christians who do watch and enjoy my content. This is not a jab at Christianity. This is directly directly at her in what she was saying and the victimhood that she's trying to play off right now. If some other if it gets to the point where other parties are involved, maybe. But and I'm making that clear. And if I bring those up, I will bring those up. But this is mostly squarely at Melonie. This is my response to Melonie directly. And also to anyone who, let's just say to anybody who is her fan base, anyone who wants to come in and try to disparage anything I say or try to write me off completely, I got receipts. I got plenty of receipts. Yeah, I got plenty. And I got a bunch of tabs open. So we're going to go through each and every single one of this. So you've been warned. If you don't want to take part in this, totally fine. But I need to air this out, and I got a lot of stuff to say. So I'm warning you guys right now. We got 32. We got nearly 30 people watching. Thank you guys so much. And by the way, let's just beat around the bush here. You guys really want to make a statement? You guys really want to try to set people like Melonie off? All you gotta do one thing: smack that like button and make it jiggle. That's all you gotta do. Smack that like button and make it jiggle. Let's get into this. So first thing, let's go ahead and say hi to everybody, because we got a lot of people waiting in the rear, and I've made this stream like a couple of days in advance. So Power, good morning to you. Power, good morning to you. Grumpy, yes. Mac versus Mac, yes. I know Grumpy. Ray, good morning to you. Yes, I did see Mugen Lord's video. I will put Mugen Lord's video in the chat as well, so that way you guys can. He did an excellent video. A lot of people did an excellent video on this topic. Like I said, I've been watching Smash GT. I've been watching Hypnotic. I've been watching Cult Classic Cage, which really it's kind of Cassie who, her stream really did want me to kind of push me to say this whole thing. And this might, and I'm thinking this is going to be the last time I bring her up or bring this Goonergate crap up, because this is ultimately stupid. All right. Sonny Bray took the day off to be here. Some people are apparently taking the day off to be here for this one. Power with the Power News Network. Good to see you. Thank you, Power, for bringing a lot of stuff going on right now. Oh, shit. Yeah, we got some stuff with Busta Rhymes, which is I'm very worried about. Thank you, Power. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You got some frozen stuff, such like that. Thank you so much, Power. So, listen, I'm just putting a warning out there. I am speaking. I am going specifically against her. I am not going against. This is not against Christianity whatsoever, because I know that there are a lot of Christians, and especially in my chat here too, who didn't take kind to this as well. In fact, a lot of Christians didn't have to take kind to this. So we're going into this. Penny, good morning to you. Grumpy, good morning. Stunning, good morning. Repel the non-Puritan side of the intro. Oh my god. Neo J, good morning. Squeaka, you really did not have to do this. You really didn't have to do this, but Squeaka, thank you so much. Loki Ray, Keely, Roll Tide, Daryl, hang on a second. Good morning, brother. Today is my day off, Daryl, so I might be able to join you for the vac tube tonight if you want me on. But let me give the report for Daryl. There you go. Thank you, Daryl. I'll make sure to give you the clip later on today. Jeremy Burt's good morning to you. Let me see who the names are here. Squeaka, thank you for the gifted memberships. Mega Lover Lord X, Juliet, Angry Canadian, Staff Walker, I think 1, 2, 3, 4, and Jeremy Burtz, all gifted CSF Nation memberships. So, guys, thank you guys so much. Squeaka, you are basically showing that you have the Squeaka has proven once again that she has the biggest cup size out of all y'all. So, Squeaka, thank you. Thank you for the gifted memberships. And thank you, Smash JT, for that clip. It's really easy, by the way. Squeaka proved that she's got the biggest cup size out of all of them. Bigger than Melonie's too. Anyway. Sorry, little jab. Christian Freights, good morning. Alex Kane, good morning. And I see Riot Kitty, good morning. Jeremy, good morning to you. Strato, good morning to you. Snowdub, good morning, brother. Listen, I thought about what you said last time, and you're right. But just for this one time, I need to air this out. So, what is the font, dude? I think it's not like a Times New Roman font. It's like something similar to my main channel font, similar to the Majestic Display, very modernized font. Magic Realms, who is a member of Jada Concept and Jada Concept Discord. Magic Realms, good to see you. Punk, and here I thought the good was Sean Williams. Good morning, Punk. And I thought the goon was Sean Williams. I know, right? Exactly. Riot Casey doesn't have to work this morning. Apparently, everybody's got a weekend. Everybody's got a weekend. So this girl's in a league of her own. She is preaching her own beliefs, values, and opinions. Yep, and we're going to point all this out. So, Melonie Mac, she is a 40-year-old who shops at Hot Topic. Yeah. All right, let's keep this on. I'm gonna try to, Punk, but I can't hold back. I'm sorry, I can't hold back. That needs to be a classic this morning. No, that's the font I wanted to go. Anyway, let's do this. And before I do so, let me go ahead and make sure I turn the camera on. So I will be doing some Penny work in the process. I know Penny is a hot topic. Penny's another hot topic, hot button topic, because it's not like I didn't get crap for that, crap for what I was drawing this week as well. So let me go share my screen here real quick. Hang on, let me see. And there you go. It's not like I wasn't getting crap for this anyway. So, but yes, I am further along on Penny Parker. It is a lot, and I saw a post yesterday that is giving me an idea. So we'll see how little taste. We'll see how that turns out. Am I going to finish Penny today? No, not at all. But I do plan to get much further with her today, since it's a 4-day weekend. Might be able. I'm going to try to finish it this weekend. But this is how Penny looks so far. Again, thank you guys so much. That's perfection right there. Yes, careful. Careful when you say that. Careful when you see that, Neo J. considering, but like I said before, this is aged. It's clearly aged up, Penny. So, let's get right into it, All right. Okay, so with all of the warnings out the way, all of the responses, all the warnings, everything has been out the door. Now, there might be segments where I need to get up and stretch, because I don't want to be just sitting here for 3 straight hours. I need to get up and stretch. Exercise every like 25 minutes or so. So, but I'm ready. I'm ready. Let's do this. Okay. So just remember, guys, I already made my warning clear. I'm not holding back on this one. If you have a problem with that, you can happily leave. And you want to have a discussion, we can have a discussion about this, but don't expect me to pull any punches moving forward. So with that being said, let's go ahead and begin. And want to make sure the audio is loud and clear. I want to double check. I just want to hear what I sound. I just want to hear how I sound real quick. Is loud and clear. I want to double check. All right, it's probably as best as it's probably as best as it's ever going to be. So let's do this. All right, guys, 3.
Okay, so this video has been a long time coming. A little over a month ago, I got canceled from the anti-woke side, right? Canceled or cancel attempt, you know what?
So we're about 10 seconds in, and already I'm calling BS. You're not getting canceled over it. You're getting called out. You're not getting canceled over it. You're getting called out. Because what happened was you said your piece, and it was a stupid take, basically. You decided to double down on it. You decided to really double down on it, and people are calling you out. You're not getting canceled, Melonie. 10 seconds. We're only 10 seconds in, guys. Just remember, we're only 10 seconds in, and I have to bring this up. So let's go. Let's continue.
It is what it is. I lost a lot of followers here on YouTube and on X because I said I do not want perversion in video games. And that includes that of the straight variety, right? Now, some people I've learned that the anti-woke, there are different factions in the anti-woke.
Okay. Let's read this down. So okay, you don't want perversion in video games. Okay, from both sides of the aisle, and in some cases, I get that, and I can somewhat agree with that. But that's not what it is, because because you're classifying how specifically you're classifying as perversion. So. And the thing that I'm gonna point this out is that throughout this entire response video, she doesn't even define what is perversion. She doesn't define perversion at all. So let's continue.
Oh, crowd. I am a Christian. Everything I do, everything I say, everything in my life is centered around Christ.
So is everyone else's. But a lot of other Christians have even pointed out that they don't go to as lengths as what you pulled off, Melonie. And I'm going to bring this up right now, and I'm just going to bring this up right now. You don't speak for a lot of Christians out here. You do not speak for a lot of Christians out here. Why is there a Laura Croft? She's a huge Laura Croft fan. So, but we'll get to that later.
So I didn't make this channel 3 years ago to put my neck out there to get blacklisted from the video game industry so I can't even do mainstream work like I used to do. I didn't put myself in that position to call out the perversion with the queer ideology and this, that, and the other that has been infecting everything. I didn't put myself in that position just so I could turn around and push perversion just because it's straight. Not.
Okay. Let's briefly bringing this up. You didn't need to. Nobody was asking you to. Nobody was asking you to. Because a lot of people who are against this stuff that was going on in the gaming did come from different groups, and they did have different beliefs. And clearly, you made your point clear. So nobody asked you. Nobody needed you to be able to say this is okay, to just to go ahead and defend what's on the other side, basically. Go ahead and to defend what we want to support, what the stuff that we want to support, stuff that a lot of people want to support. Nobody, you clearly made your line, you clearly made that line clear, okay? But this is overcorrection. I agree. This is an overcorrection. Nobody asked for you to do this, Melonie. You clearly had your own thing. You clearly had your stance in the ground, and everybody was totally fine with that. But the fact is that people are going to point out the hypocrisy behind this. And yes, I do have the receipts for it. Let's continue.
Not going to happen. Now, if you want some sort of context, I can give you a little bit. I'm not going to show the actual video because I do have a lot of Christians who follow me who probably wouldn't appreciate having something like that thrown on the screen. But a lot of you...
Let me say this loud and clear. This is the translation from Melonie. If I show the clip I'm talking about, everything I say at this point is completely dismantled. If I actually show the clip I am referring to, then everything I say after this point is dismantled. And what clip is it? It's this. It's Luna from the first Descendant shaking her hips in a leotard. That's what all of this is over. This what all of this stupid Goonergate nonsense is over. This. Pirate Nation put, if this is what gamers want, everybody responded, and then we saw real mask people just really just going full on mask off. So basically, Melonie's saying, I don't want to show this clip because if I do show this clip, I'm basically going to be shown on. I'm basically going to have. I basically prove I have no argument whatsoever. That's what this. That's basically what it translates to. So don't worry, Melonie. I'll happily play the clip for you. Oh, no, this is going to be a long video, guys. Strap in. This is going to be a very, very long video.
Already know what I'm referring to. Now, this is a game called The First Descendant. Didn't play it. Didn't really comment on the game itself. I commented on the material that was presented in question. And the material that was presented in question of the tweet that blew up and got me so much backlash and hate and saying I was betraying everybody was a video of a character dancing and shaking her butt in a thong with the camera focused on it. Again, I'm not...
Okay. So, it's a leotard. It's not a thong. It's a leotard. It's a leotard. It is a sleeved up leotard. It's not a thong. It doesn't even ride. It's not even riding up to... It's not even riding up on there to be classified as a thong. And this is Luna. This is part of her ability set. She moves to the rhythm to give her character buffs. And let's put the third point on. The camera was put down there was by player choice. Do you ever think about the fact that the player moved the camera down there on purpose? But you're going to admit that. because you're going to admit that because you're making it sound like that was completely, the camera angle was completely forced, when no, you just have to zoom in. You just have to zoom in and lower the camera. That was completely player choice. How funny that you how hilarious that you how cute that you think that you're just going to omit that altogether. You're just going to admit that then. Just completely ignore that part. Continue.
I'm not going to post it just for out of respect to my fellow Christian viewers. And I know
you're not going to post it out of respect to your fellow Christian viewers. This. You're not going to post this out of respect to your fellow Christian viewers.
You serious?
I think it's a little too early. I think it might be a little too early to post some of the clips right now, but you know what? Let's continue. Let's continue. Thank you. Hold on. Let's play this again. Let's play this again. Hang on.
the first Descendant. Didn't play it. Didn't really comment on the game itself. I commented on the material that was presented in question. And the material that was presented in question of the tweet that blew up and got me so much backlash and hate and saying I was betraying everybody was a video of a character dancing and shaking her butt in a thong with the camera focused on it. Again, I'm not going to post it just for out of respect to my fellow Christian viewers. And I know some guys are struggling with pornography and they don't want to see that because of that reason.
I like how she thinks that I like how she immediately thinks that her own viewers are just going to take one good look at this and start whacking to it and start beating their meat to it. I really love that mindset. That you think your Christian audience is not mature enough. You can be able to handle something like this. And you know what? We probably dealt with a lot of people in our times who we probably dealt with, and probably the caveat is we probably dealt with a lot of people in our time who do have a prawn addiction. But come on now. Come on now. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue.
Not only was I grossly misrepresented and told, oh, what are you talking about? You're being a prude because this character was 80% clothed, huh? Funny that you want to use those words. Oh, but she's 80% clothed, even if that includes nothing on the bottom. It kind of doesn't matter. Almost don't pretend. At least don't play stupid with me. Don't.
Okay. This is her response, first off. Not me. I like attractive characters, but I don't want to play something with naked butts, boobs, or bulges in my face. I feel like a total loser playing something like that. This was her initial response, by the way. And then she has the gall to basically try to label this as, and basically she doubled down and tried to label this as softcore. Try to basically overuse the term softcore when softcore implies nudity. Melonie, this isn't nudity. This isn't softcore. Like, hang on, let me go pretty Bruce outfit. Let's 8% clothes. Yeah, because 8% clothes. Because hold on. Let's go to priest outfit. This is the, by the way, this is the outfit in question right here. This is the priest outfit from the first Descendant. This is not this is a DLC outfit, by the way. This is a DLC outfit. It's not available in the store anymore. It is a FOMO. I did an entire stream with Mama Bear going over every single female skin in the first Descendant. This is a DLC outfit, by the way. And yes, it is 80, aside from the thighs, aside from the exposed thighs and buttocks, it is basically 60 to 70% clothed. Like, I'm trying to be as articulate as possible, but come on now, Melonie, come on. Like seriously.
Pretend that there was not lustful intent with that video, and that is not what the intent of the whole question was, right?
Define lustful intent, Melonie. Define lustful intent. Chat. How about this? Let's do this, chat. How about the chat defines lustful intent then? Maybe that's just genuine appreciation. I agree, Neo J. And Demonic, are you referring to me? Sorry. I don't know who's referring to. I never thought she was sent for a 4-year-old. Who, me? Oh, yeah, Razor Fist. Yeah. I've been hearing about that too. But if someone can define me as lustful intent, she'll define lustful intent later on the video. Okay, because I think we all have a very big definition of that. But let's go. Let's continue.
Because here's the thing. There is a side of the anti-woke that are like me and are like, hey, I don't want perversion in our media. I don't want this to seep through our mainstream media. When they ask the question, is this what gamers want? No, I don't want that. Just like I don't want the queer stuff and I don't want the gay stuff. Right? I'm not forcefully taking this stuff out of existence, but I am.
Just remember that for later. I'm not forcefully taking stuff like this out of existence. Just remember that for later. Just remember that for later. And by the way, the first Descendant games like that, those are a choice. You do have a choice, right? Because one of the big difference regarding what we've been seeing with the Veilguard, what we've been seeing with, say, like, Dustborn, Concord, Flintlock, all the games that we've been talking about all last year, all those flops, a lot of those elements, a lot of those LGBTQ elements that people keep bringing up, a lot of that was clearly done with intention, and you could not escape it. There's a reason why I will bring up Baldur's Gate, why people will bring up Baldur's Gate 3 every single time in regards to discussion. Because yes, is there LGBTQ elements in Baldur's Gate 3? Yes, there is. There's plenty of it. And you know what else there is? There's a legitimately good game underneath. There's also, you can do an entire playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3 without ever having to even experience any of those elements. Those quote-unquote woke elements. It's not shoved in your face. It's not being preached at to you. It's not like Dragon Age the Veilguard where you have to deal with Tasha's BS. You have to deal with the character having to deal with being non-binary-ish. That is a story you have to deal with. You don't get choice. The key word is choice. Games like the First Descendant give you that choice. It's an optional costume. It has a stuff. You're only speaking for yourself, Melonie. Because guess what? Majority of gamers probably do want that. And that's fine. Majority of gamers don't want that, that's fine. But the thing is, that's an option. It's a thing called choice. But I want you to remember what she said about not wanting this to be censored, because we're going to bring that up later.
I'm shaming it, just like I do the gay stuff, because it poisons society. So I do the same thing with this. Now, again, people are like, oh, well, what about, I'm like, I didn't say. My only experience with this game that I have seen has been people posting cleavage shots, butt shots, and camel toe shots. And the question was, and there's another side of the game, or anti-woke side, that says that have been against the queer stuff with us, with me, and why perhaps they think we're on the same team is probably because we agreed on this. So they were loud and proud speaking against the queer stuff, but it's like, oh, wait a minute. You weren't against the queer stuff for any sort of moral reason. You were against the queer stuff because you weren't attracted to it, but you still want something equally as perverted, but just something that you are attracted to. Then it's like, hold up, I don't relate to you. That's not me either.
Okay, this is a twofold. This section is going to be a twofold here. This is going to be a section that's a twofold, and I've just said this before. This is about choice. I guess you would actually understand that the people who are against the quote-unquote woke stuff, the quote-unquote stuff that has the LGBTQ stuff, it was because it was shoved down your throat. It was shoved down your throat. You did not have a choice in that matter. You didn't have a choice to ignore that. You didn't have a choice to skip that. There's a situation going on with what was it? What's the game? Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, where there's apparently there's a drama regarding the game not being sold in the Middle East because of supposed LGBTQ scenes that seem to be blown out of proportion. A lot of people were bringing that up. Minimal effort, Hypnotic, a lot of people were bringing that up. But the whole thing is that it's a lot of people. I speak out on this because it's choice. It's clearly it's done by choice. It's clearly like you don't get that. Like you go through Dustborn. And it's like the whole game was inspired by TDS, the 2016 election, and it's shoved so right down your throat. You can't ignore that. Look at other. You can look at other titles when you go back. We can go back to the whole Az's pronoun rant over Starfield. The whole pronouns thing. That was something you can't escape. Concord had that right in your face, bringing up every character's pronouns whenever your character selects you, and they had to show their pronouns on the top left corner. Look at Avowed. Avowed with Matt Hansen wanting to talk about, wanting to brag about they're going to put more pronouns and put more of that stuff in the game. The thing is that when people bring this up, it was because we don't have a choice in that matter. People don't have a choice in that matter. That's the key word, is choice. That's why people bring it up. Because it's like, you can have that stuff in there you want. You can have it. You can totally have that kind of stuff you want there in there. But clearly, it's at a disservice to everything else. And it's something that we don't have an option. That there's no option to skip it. There's no option to skip it, basically. Like, I'm going to bring up Tosh and Dragon Age again because that was unskippable. You had to go through Tosh's storyline. I think this is the first part where you're just being disingenuous. I think you're just being disingenuous here. And we're going to continue on with this, by the way.
And let's just talk about what is one of my arguments against the queer and the gay stuff that they keep adding to these games. These games keep tanking. They lack substance because these perverts, these queer perverts, want to insert their ideology into the game instead of actually making a good game. So guess what? They crash. Well, you know what? Same thing happened here. Here you have a game where the main focus and selling point has been driven by perverted reasons. And so, yeah, okay, here you had.
You've never seen an actual trailer of the first Descendant, have you? You never even looked deep into the game, have you? Hold on. Let's continue here. First Descendant. Let's go bring this up. 96 of his player base. Okay. Let's talk about 96 of his player base. But you don't even bring up the fact that the first Descendant scored, what was it? Oh wait, what was it? 10 million? The game was out for a couple months. It hit 10 million at its start. There was going to be a drop because one of the biggest problems, if not the biggest problem with the first Descendant, is the content. There's just simply not enough content. Players, when a new season drops, players are going to speed run through the new content and not have much to do afterwards. And guess what? That happens with gacha games. That happens with live service titles. It happens every time when there is a live service title. There is a gacha, and especially with mobile gacha games. When a new season drops, people are going to speed run through all of the new content and then back off afterwards. Like that's just how it is. You should know that. And if you actually did your research, and if you actually did actual research, you realize that, yes, that's not what all the first Descendant is. They put that face forward because that's a marketing point, because that's what sells. That's what gets people interested, is the attractiveness of the female characters, is the fan service, is the skins. And they make bank off of that. New games are always like that. Live service titles are always like that. So when Inez drops, there's going to be an increase in player count, but people are going to be speeding through all of the new content and then move on. Like, this is the same argument people made towards Power World when it first launched. People were making that same thing about Power World being, oh, Power World has just a significant drop because the content because they went through the new content and they're moving on to other games. In fact, even the director of Power was saying this is not going to be a game where you're just going to be constantly playing all the time. You're going to be coming back for new content, and then you're going to play other games in the meantime. Don't you think that that's what everybody else is doing? Do you think that people who are actually devoted First Descendant players are actually just having other games to move on to, and maybe they'll come back once the new stuff drops? Like, First Descendant has a lot of problems, and content is definitely one of them. The grinding is definitely one of them, and they're doing everything they can to address all of those issues. But this is a live service looter shooter. It's going to have those drops. It's going to have those dips. It's not going to reach those peak again. So, again, Melonie, this is disingenuous, and especially towards the Paul Tassi of Forbes who posted that article. It's disingenuous. Like, come on now. Don't you think other games are going to have that drop as well? Because of people speedrunning the new content? The biggest issue with the First Descendant is that there's not a lot to offer outside of the cosmetics. The end game problem. It's the end game problem that people don't want to be just grinding and looting for the ultimate stuff all the time. So they are going to move on to other games and just come back when the updates are, when there's, significant changes, significant bug fixes, significant updates that makes the looting much easier, that makes getting the stuff you want much easier now, much more accessible to even the new players as well. It's a live service. That's what to expect. So this is just disingenuous. I'm sorry. This is disingenuous, and to be honest, it's kind of dishonest too.
At a peak of 264,000, and then now it is at 9,000 concurrent players. It dramatically dropped. Let's be real. If we're going to call Dragon Age the Veilguard a flop, this too is also a flop.
I just pointed out, I just explained it earlier. Hang on. And people will also bring up not counting the player base on consoles either. So let's go. Hang on. Let's go. On. Okay. Let's go. Because Inez dropped. Now the player base bounced back up to 17,000. 18,000 its current 24-hour peak, 17,000 playing right now. And yes, its all-time peak was 264,000 on Steam. That's what happens. It's a live service. That's what happens. Compared to Marvel Rivals, where it's getting even concurrent player counts, it's even getting more player counts, and that's a live service as well. That shows a lot more problems with the First Descendant. It's not because of the quote-unquote perversion. Compared to it, so no, like. You're being dishonest, Melonie. You're being dishonest here. I'm sorry.
Just because you are attracted to it, does it change the fact? And as a gamer, I keep seeing the gaming industry and video games as a whole hijacked by perverts, people who want their ideologies in the game. So when you have the gay stuff, you also have another branch of perverts, who the Gooners, if you will, who are watching a ton of pornography and they want that inserted in everything in their life, and they also need validation. You know,
there is a saying that I say at the end all of my videos, at the end of all of my videos, all of my live streams. I say, stay cute, stay sexy, have fun, take care, much love. Never apologize for wanting attractive women in your media, especially in your video games. The reason I'm bringing up is, do I want every game I play to be Stellar Blade of the First Ascent? No. I don't. I have brought this up multiple times that what I want is for this to be okay. What I want, and let's go bring this up. Let's bring this up. Hey, let's go and bring this up. What I want is for stuff like this to be okay in games and not be demonized for it. Okay? People bring that shit up because we get this. Because you can't even have natural curves anymore. And now that's changing now. I'm noticing the pendulum is swinging now. Because of this. Because we get this. Because we get stuff like this. Shout out to Kyle, by the way. We get shit like this. That's Mary Jane Spider-Man 2, by the way. Do we want every character to be a Stellar Blade, to be a First Descendant, to be even a Zenless Zone Zero? People just want attractive characters. People want characters who actually, look like their characters. Why do you think Marvel Rivals is doing so well? And it doesn't even have to go into what you want to call perversion, prawn addiction. Because you have excellent designed characters. Characters who are so true to the comic book counterparts and so visually appealing. I hope people understand what I'm getting at here. I really do hope people understand what I'm trying to say. People champion Marvel Rivals because of how visually appealing all of the characters are. How heroic all of the characters look. Let the free market decide, Melonie. Because clearly that's not what you want. And I'm speaking for me when I say I don't want all of this. Just because I will advocate for stuff like this, just because I will champion stuff like this, just because I will not apologize for showing off stuff like this, doesn't mean I want it everywhere in everything I see. This is where the disingenuous part comes in as well. You really think that that's what all the people only want is TNA? That's people only want in their video games now is TNA. I grew up on racing games which had none of it, by the way. Again, this is the third time you're being disingenuous, and this is almost the third time being dishonest in this video. Let's continue.
How the alphabet community, LGBT, all that kind of stuff. You know how they're always screaming for validation. Not only if you are against them, if you are against their ideology, they want to crucify you. They not only need you to just be like, oh, whatever. They need your validation. And they can't cope with you being against it. And I have seen this same vitriol with the Gooners after Goonergate. So I not only, like, I can't, they want me actively promoting this stuff, or I have betrayed them because I am against it.
Who asked? Who asked? No, I want actual people who actually asked you to just constantly promote it, to promote games like First Descendant or Stellar Blade. Who asked? Who asked? Who legitimately asked you? Because I don't think anybody asked you to just go all out and promote the other side. However, as what we've dug up, as what people have dug up, I want you to take one good look at the screen. Take one real good look at the screen. And I want you to take one good look at that statue right behind her. And we're going to get into that as well. Oh, by the way, Loki, if you're still watching, there's your answer. Nobody asked you to do this. Nobody asked you. Nobody asked you to just go out and promote. But when you clearly have a history, it's going to raise some eyebrows that you're completely just marking everything as softcore perversion. When you have a history and you have defended Lara Croft, one of the OG sex symbols in gaming, for the longest time. Continue.
They need validation for what they're doing and what they're promoting because it's perverted. And
I just realized that we're only an hour into this stream, and I'm only 7 minutes into the video. I'm only 7 minutes in, y'all. This is going to be a long one. This is going to be a long one. This is only 7 minutes. This is only 7 minutes, and I've already pointed out the flaws. It's a 30-minute video, and I'm already 7 minutes in, and I've pointed out so many problems here.
And they deep down, some of them may be in a more reprobate state, but deep down, you know it's perverted. And that's why they need the validation. That's why you have to have pride parades for gay people and troons, people cutting their body parts off to try to pretend like they're the other gender. That's why they need whole parades. That's why they need a whole month to celebrate. That's why they need to see it plastered all over every store in the month of June, because they have to work so hard to create enough validation that will overcome the sense of shame that they feel deep down because they know it's wrong.
It's also called grifting because you know what happens during that month, right? You see everybody with rainbow flags in their bio, and once July rolls around, they immediately disappear. It's called grifting, by the way. Just saying, that's called grifting. And let me ask you this. Do people who want to bring, doesn't it start to sound like she wants validation as well? That same kind of validation? I have a problem. I'm gonna bring this out here. We do have a problem. Yes, people do have a problem because it's forced upon you. because this kind of stuff, because this whole ideology, this whole agenda is forced upon you. And people definitely have a big problem when it's forced upon children. There's a lot of walking contradictions here. A lot of walking contradictions going on. I could go through promoting. I want to promote and share what I want to share. And I don't want to be, I'm not trying to be validated. I'm not looking to be constantly validated all the time. I just don't want to be demonized for it. I just don't want to be demonized because this is exactly what you're doing, Melonie. You're demonizing. Straight up.
And so you have that same demand from these Gooners to create this more validation than the shame that they feel for being pornography brained. Now you have certain people who know that it's wrong. And they're trying to do better. And hey, God bless you. Read the Bible. Seek Jesus. Only he can help you. And I say this to the queer side as well. And I have the same stance on queers as I do these Gooners. Is that, hey, yes, what you're doing is shameful. Yes, I think this stuff is shameful and I don't want it in my entertainment because it's shameful and it's hurting society.
Can we go back? I want to go back. I want to go back a couple of places. Hang on.
Because I do have a lot of Christians who follow me who probably wouldn't appreciate having a song with the camera focused on it. Again, I'm not going to post it just out of respect to my fellow Christian viewers. And I know some guys are struggling with corn. That is not what the intent of the whole question was, right? Because here's the thing. There is a side of the anti-war.
Remember what she said earlier about not wanting censorship. Just remember that. Remember what she said about not trying to ask for censorship. Just remember
the Gooners
that.
After Goonergate. So I can't, they want me actively promoting this stuff, or I have a sense of shame that they feel deep down because they know it's wrong. And so you have that same demand from these Gooners to create this more validation than the shame that they feel for being pornography brained. Now you have certain people who know that it's wrong. And they're trying to do better. And hey, God bless you. Read the Bible. Seek Jesus. Only he can help you. And I say this to the queer side as well. And I have the same stance on queers as I do these Gooners. Is that, hey, yes, what you're doing is shameful. Yes, I think this stuff is shameful and I don't want it in my entertainment because it's shameful and it's hurting society. It's disgusting.
Oh, don't mind me. I'm just showing these out. I'm just showing these on screen. Just remember. Sorry. Don't mind me. Sorry, don't mind me. And she liked Chainsaw Man, which Hypnotic lovingly point out how perverted Chainsaw Man actually is. So there's that too. Also, don't forget Claymore, which he also brought up as well, which he has a whole manga box set, and there's a lot of nudity and perversion in Claymore, by the way. So, but please go on how you don't want to censor, but yet the same side of your mouth is saying, you don't want that, you want this out here because it's perversion. It's that same energy, Melonie, because it's that same exact energy. That same exact energy.
Disgusting, and it's perverted. No, I don't want it. Do I think that people participating in these activities are losers? Yes.
And here is where the mask off moment comes in. And here's where the first problem I have with this video. You're a loser. If you invest yourself in games like the first Descendant, if you invest yourself in games with like fan service like Nikke or Stellar Blade or even Tomb Raider, just remember, you're a loser in her eyes. You're a loser. Spooky Lair is not perverted. It's not perverted, but there's a lot of nudity in Claymore, isn't there? I'm just saying. But you're a loser. The same person who is bringing the same person who ogles over Lara Croft, who wants a curvier, athletic Lara Croft, which is her own words, you're a loser. So, same person who, oh, this is brilliant here. What kind of message are we sending if we say being sexy in video games is always bad? I mean, sometimes I want to shoot down metal robots and strong, realistically proportioned women, but sometimes I want to crack skulls with a meta whip over a top bombshell too. And who's on that second picture? Oh, that's right. Ivy from Soul Calibur. I know people want to use that argument that people can change over time, but really, with this kind of 180, saying that if you like stuff like the first Descendant, or even if you championed characters like Ivy and Soul Calibur or 2B, you're a loser. Because you can't even define what perversion is. That was the first problem I had with I could look past the hypocrisy. I can look past the hypocrisy. I can look past the hypocrisy. I can look past the basically speaking on double standards, speaking on both sides of your mouth. But this is coming from an ivory tower. This is speaking on high from an ivory tower. Because you have the good book in your hand means that means she's better than you. This holier than thou, moral Puritan mentality, I have a deep problem with. So, if you enjoy this kind of stuff, you're a loser. Just everybody. So I guess by definition, everyone in my chat are losers because they did this. Smack that like button, make it jiggle. All of my channel members are losers because we're CSF Nation, cute, sexy, and fun. But I guess we're losers then, right? I get bonked all the time with my video. I get bonked all the time with the stuff I post up. But I guess I'm a loser, right? There's a thing called, you do understand that people, you understand that adults have a thing called moderation, and people learn how to be moderate, learn how to control themselves too. And I can speak from experience on that too as well. Do you ever think about that? I get the concern, but this ain't the way to do it. This isn't how you do it. This is not the way to do it. You do not label. You do not paint everyone with a broad brush. This does not pull people to your side, Melonie. You should know that by now. And the problem is Emerald, as other people are pointing out in my chat right now, that people she hasn't even once addressed her past self. She hasn't even once addressed her past tweets, by the way. But it's that same energy. But this kind of mindset is that same energy. So if you call this out for a character who may have, say, if they've been nerfed a bit, you're probably falling to that loser category then. Yeah, I guess, right? Is that right? If you mod your characters, if you actually go out of your way to mod your characters the way you want them to look, you're a loser then, right? Our modders are losers then, right? Brutal Ace is a mod that got me back into Street Fighter, by the way. But I guess he's a loser, right? Just because we enjoy a little bit of fan service, we're losers, right? Am I correct? Gazalarian, for 1 month, said we're playing losers for back then. But you know what? You're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. People are right. So let's So this is because Melonie wants to paint everything with a broad brush, apparently. So we're losers. Okay. So Call losers play video games back then. Okay. So you know what, guys, Larry, I'm gonna do something for you. I'm gonna do something for you right now. Thank you for that, member chat. You know what I'm gonna give you? So let's do it. So I guess because we're losers then, because we enjoy stuff like First Descent. We enjoy a little fan service. We enjoy, attractive female characters. We enjoy just attractiveness in video games, but we're losers, right? So I'll do a little loser stand up for you, okay? This is definitely gonna piss her off. How about some bad raps in the chat for the losers out here? Loser stand up.
Dazzle on the bushes.
Just remember, you're a loser. Just remember that. Just remember that. You see what I have a problem with, right? Just remember that.
And you know what? It doesn't mean you have to always be a loser. Have I ever been a loser? Have I participated in activities that made me a loser? Yes. But I have sought Jesus Christ, and I walk with Jesus Christ, and it is walking with Jesus Christ that gives me the strength to avoid and to overcome temptations that if I were to succumb to would make me a loser. Okay? Well, that's the thing when I talk about.
This is specifically addressed at Melonie. This is specifically addressed at Melonie and not to anybody in my chat. I know that there are people who are struggling with this. I know people are struggling with this. There are people who are born, and I know there are a lot of people who are born again Christians. You probably have many people who are born again Christians in your life as well. There are plenty of people who are Christian, right? Who are Christian dealing with that stuff in their life, and that's good for you. Okay, I can't stress that enough because it definitely gives your life purpose. It gives your life meaning. But where my problem is, where specifically my problem, especially with that statement, is that it's coming from an ivory tower. That this is coming from an ivory tower. This is coming from a moral Puritan who thinks she is better than you because she's born again. That doesn't give you a carte blanche to be judgmental, Melonie. Especially when your past has been dug up numerous times. And yes, I agree. This is a bully tactic. So understand that. And I know that there are plenty of Christians in my chat. And there are plenty of Christians probably watching this right now who are not as judgmental as you are. But as you know, back when I was recording back when I was watching the Short Fat Otaku video about Goonergate Explained, he makes a good point that clearly Melonie is not coming from a live and let live mindset. Because I guarantee you, there are plenty of Christians in this chat who are more live and let live. And you cannot be saying that with that Lara Croft statue in the background. You cannot be saying that. I have a serious problem with this mindset. You thinking that you're better than everyone else when you are not. You are no better. And what is judge a book by its cover? Because that is such judging here. Penny can attest to that because Penny has been in my morning shows every single time. Yet she never judges. She never looks down. Punk Waddle, same. I just gotta say, they don't look down on you. You cannot. We'll continue. Let's continue. Because I got more to say.
About the Gooners, all this stuff. It's not from a place that you're never going to amount to anything. But it is from a place of, hey, what you're doing and what you're promoting and what you're normalizing and what you want normalized in society and in video games in general to desensitize people is perverted. It's hurting you. It's loser activities.
Okay. All right, let's continue. So let's look at the next one. No. Just hold on. 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 Hold on. Now, I would love to see you tell that to the developers of the first Descendant, by the way. I would love to see you tell that straight to the first Descendant developers. I would love to see you tell that to the developers of first Descendant, by the way. That's where all this Goonergate is just coming from, by the way. I would love to. In fact, I would do you one better. I would do you one better. How about you, this whole thing with perversion? Okay, so, the losers as well. So, how about you tell the Shift Up team then? I really don't want to use them here. How about you tell Kim Hyun-tae about that then? Tell that to the developers of Stellar Blade. Tell that to the developers of Nikkei. Come on. Are they losers too? Okay, how about hold on a second. How about I don't know, maybe Hoyoverse? Hoyoverse? Tell that to the animators of Zenless Zone Zero, Tell it to Hoyoverse, I guess, Zenless, Genshin Impact. Because they bring in a lot of appeal. They bring in a lot of fan service with their characters, too. Because where you're calling perverted losers should be the same thing, and I mean the same thing. That same token should be given to developers of First Descendant, to developers of, say, any Hoyoverse title or Shift Up, or of any of the other games that people champion. Come on. Come on. Dark Riddler, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Really appreciate that. Crazy E is gifted a membership. I don't know if he's associated with Easy. Crazy, are you associated with Easy E? I'm just kidding. Anyway, Dark Rider, thank you for the gifted membership. Really appreciate that. And you may not have the as big a cup size as Squeaka today, but you were definitely getting there, though. Thank you for getting the membership. Appreciate that. Anyway, I guess by that definition, Ubisoft are losers too, because this is a Ubisoft title. Kuro Games with Wuthering Waves, I guess they're losers too, this is... I'm pointing this out because this is painting everything with a broad brush. This is painting everything with a broad brush and basically using... Oh, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. And that's going to be...
Now, there's all these whataboutisms. What about Lara Croft? What about this? Don't pretend. And so you're either coming from bad faith or you are delusional because you are so desensitized from women because you watch so much pornography that you can't even see a woman without thinking of pornographic things.
Hold on. Let me play that one more time. To
desensitize people is perverted. It's hurting you. It's loser activities.
Let me play that one more
Now, there's all
time.
these whataboutisms. What about Lara Croft? What about this? Don't pretend. And so you're either coming from bad faith or you are delusional because you are so desensitized from women because you watch so much pornography that you can't even see a woman without thinking of pornographic things. Lara Croft, she's created with a curvy body.
So... pornographic things, okay. So, we're desensitized, right? And bad faith. He is without sin cast the first stone, Melonie. And I would call that throwing stones at glass houses, right? so desensitized that we can't look at a real woman and without jerking off to them, right? Okay, so I'm gonna speak some real life speaking here. I work in the I have a real life job outside of YouTube, and most of the people, half of my department is women that I speak to every single day. Half of the people in the building that I work at every single day is women. My co-host on my Sunday shows on Makini Live, guess what? She's a woman. Melonie, let me explain this. I want you to. I would love for you to. At some point, maybe I would love to have you on Makini Live, so you can actually say that straight to my co-host's face. By the way, I would love for you to say that straight to my co-host's face. By the way. So this holier than thou attitude and this mindset thinking that because we've been so desensitized that we can't approach a real woman without whipping our dicks out. That is a very leftist kind of statement. That is a very Anita Sarkeesian kind of statement. That is a very much that kind of talking point. Very charitable, Melonie. Very charitable. And you cannot tell me you cannot say that with a straight face, with Laura Croft right behind you. You cannot say that with a straight face. You do realize that our chat is around women all the time in real life? That some how about you tell no. Let's continue. How about you would you tell that to some of the women in my chat too? What about Savvy, Packer Girl on Twitter? Based on your logic, based on what you're just saying right now, they're basically lumped into that same category then, huh? Yeah, this is a Tipper Gore. This is a horseshoe theory right here. Snowdub, my compatriot for the same person in the same, and by the way, this is the same Snowdub who has told me specifically that I have booty breaks that matches his. And I take that as a badge of honor. By the way, Snowdub, who's been a member for 3 months, says booty breaks are the cornerstone of my channel. I guess I'm a loser. I'd rather that than be a fake. Snow, my friend, you deserve a Don DeMarco first off. That's a Don DeMarco first off. Snow, thank you for that. And since Snow is here, but I guess we can't watch a clip. We can't be around a woman without whacking to it. So you know what? You're absolutely right, Melonie. You are perfectly right. You are 100% right. And just for that, and just to prove you correct, just to prove you right, I'm going to give Snowdub the booty break that he always, the proper CSF Nation introduction. Give it up for Snowdub, please.
Are you okay with me calling you manager? How does honey sound?
Don't get yourself hurt, teacher. Penny jeans. She like your boy swagger, Billy D. She said she like to ride, Melody. Baby, just keep
Oh my Jesus.
She bad, ain't she?
Lord Jesus Christ. I'm due. I gotta go. I gotta go.
No, you're totally right. You're totally right. By the way, that was from Goddess of Victory Nikkei, which is developed by Shift Up, which is the same team behind Stellar Blade, which she's actually championed for. Huh. Continue.
Women exist each and every single day. There is nothing wrong with that. And the reason why the woke side tries to remove female curves is not for the intent of even purity purposes, because women are curvy. That's reality. Not every woman is curvy, but there are lots of women who are curvy. So when you have a character with some level of exaggeration of those curves, there's exaggerating their femininity. There's a difference between exaggerating the femininity of a female character versus exaggerating the character for entirely lustful purposes. Lara Croft is a character who was.
Just remember that. Just remember that, because you can't define lust purposes. You can't even define perversion. You can't even define that. So you're talking on both sides of your mouth at this point, because you define Lara Croft is okay, Stellar Blade's okay, but you know, this right here is perversion. This right here is prawn. This is Coomer brained. This is Gooner material. Just remember that Stellar Blade has more risque outfits than in First Descendant. Just remember that, by the way. Shows the amount of research she actually does. Yes, she has defended Stellar Blade. In fact, she has signed the Free Stellar Blade petition as well. I'm just saying, Dante, this is talking out of both sides of your mouth. You cannot do that. And especially when you have a freaking history. Should I bring up those tweets again? Because by her definition, that would count as well.
Is curvy, feminine, but you play those classic games and you show me anything that was lustfully intended, right? Show me anywhere where Lara Croft acted like a slut, because she didn't. Show me anything, because it's not there.
Don't you think we've seen enough?
sex appeal, describing the artificial game character as a seductress, asking the readers if they know what makes her tick, and promising that inside the book, her sex appeal will be examined. And on the bottom right corner are the logos for Prima, Core Design, and Core's parent company, IDOS Interactive. 15 seconds of searching later, I discovered that this book is not a joke, but a real official co-publication between Core Design and Prima Games. And not only that, but also now a rare Tomb Raider collectible commanding around $100 secondhand. Fans of Tomb Raider have always maintained the marketing people were to blame for Lara's unfair reputation with the general public. And if the contents of this book are anything close to what the covers assert, then the situation at the time might have been even more extreme than I'd even known. I was...
Go on.
Tomb Raider has substance as a game. The character design was really good, artistically speaking, and aesthetically pleasing to the eye, but was not created in a way to incite lustful intent. It was, oh, here's an attractive character that you can acknowledge as an attractive character, but it wasn't created for lustful intent in the same way that a game that, here, let's pose this game where with the characters are all wearing lingerie. Like, excuse me, that is not the same thing, and you know it.
I can't play the clip. I can't play the clip because of copyright, but oh, you cannot say that. Oh, you are talking out of
Yo, shout out to Season, man. Shout out to Season, man. Yo, that's how the big
I'm sorry. That's hilarious. That's just too much irony. It's just so much irony. Oh my god. Hold on. Hang on. Let me see if I can find it here. Oh my god. I'm sorry. That's just cute. That's adorable. That is so adorable. You can't. What was that? What was that, Melonie? She wasn't advertising the sex symbol, huh? Okay. 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 Fine. Okay, fine then. Oh no! Oh no! Oh my god! I'm sorry. You can't say that. You cannot speak on both sides of your mouth. You cannot. You simply cannot. Where the heck are you getting off at, Melonie? Come on now. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll breathe. I'm just. You cannot say that. It wasn't a sex symbol. You cannot say that it wasn't used for lust perversion, but that was the clear case back in the day. And you know it. Like, you know that.
Beauty comes from God. God created, that is not the same thing, and you know it. Be genuine for once. Let's not play here, and let's not pretend that I want characters to be made ugly. Beauty comes from God. God created beauty. Yes, I want to see video game characters that people create be beautiful as well, but I don't want them to be perverted. Beauty and perversion are two different things.
Define perversion. I have not we are 11 minutes into this video. You haven't even defined perversion. Not even once. Because you are pushing. You are such pushing with a broad brush, Melonie. This is blatantly painting everything with a broad brush. Because you're trying to lump in a lot of the stuff as softcore. When, by your definition, Stellar Blade should be lumped into that as well. How I haven't pointed out any moments Melonie's being disingenuous, but this is disingenuous here, straight up.
And I think what has happened with society is it has promoted perversion. It has celebrated perversion. We've had this, live and let live type mentality. Don't kink shame. Don't shame people's sexualities. They made up an entire concept of sexuality that isn't real. God created woman for man. That's it. There's no other sexuality. Anything else is a perversion of God's creation as per the Bible. And you know what else is perversion of God's creation is when you're substituting, if you're, I'm going to use a male as an example. If you're substituting a wife for a pixels on a screen, that's perverted. Your sexual gratification is supposed to come from your wife. And if you are seeking alternate sources, seeking those sources for sexual pleasure, you are acting in abomination and perversion.
Cassie, I don't know if Cassie's watching this. She's probably going to be watching this in a replay. But Cassie, if you're watching this, thank you. By the way, I have the confidence to do this. Cassie made a good point. Say if you're happily married and you have happily married and you play the first Descendant. I mean, so that would be perversion then, right? Like, say, V, for instance, lack of entertainment. He's married, he has a family, and yet he plays Goddess of Victory Nike. He's very well versed into the lore of Nike, by the way. Labs that the wife plays it too. You do you ever think that? I love how she specifically targets when it comes to the female characters, it comes to pixel on screen, but what about that should be on the other side then? This holier than thou attitude that I'm trying to point out here, by the way? Do you see this holier than thou, this judgmental attitude? That's where a problem I have is, and not a lot of people are actually bringing and for a shout out to everybody pointing out basically Melonie's hypocrisy, but not a lot of people are bringing up how she acts like she's in this ivory tower, that this rules for thee, not for me, and that she is constantly moving the goalpost, that she thinks she's better than you. This moral puritanism. Just you don't think there's a difference you don't think that, people still can enjoy stuff that is attractive to them, even if they're married, even if they have a family? Like Matt is thank you, Matt, and Matt is making a great point. He says, a friend of mine plays the first Descendant with his wife. It's okay. We're taking different lessons, interpreting everything, including art. Exactly. Teenage boys have been horny since the dawn of time. Gaming Network realizes who their fan base is. Like I said before, he is without sin cast the first stone, Melonie. Difficulty makes a good point. We're humans with lustful. We're all created for relationships. We do anything for an ounce relationship. Don't lie to yourself and think you're different.
Simple as that. And anything that is created with the intent to make you do that is the same. And I ain't just here saying it's just guys doing that. Women do that too. There are actual Gooner games for women. I have seen them. I have seen people post them unabashedly. No shame.
I appreciate the fact that you acknowledge that it's both sides, that it's a two-way street. I acknowledge that. And Emil makes a great point. Just you remember the whole thing with the IGN France article saying that, Stellar Blade was made by someone who's never seen a real woman, despite the fact that Kim Hyun-tae's wife is a part of the art team on Stellar Blade? Shouldn't that be applied? Shouldn't what Melonie is saying apply to that too, then? Like, there's too many. I agree. Punk Waddle, you are. It might be. But Punk Waddle, you sir, earn a Don DeMarco for that one. Don DeMarco. Porkwell, you earned a Don DeMarco. So art exists. And she is saying that the intent of art and the intent of one enjoying their art, there's too many logical hoops. There is too many hoops. And there's too much goalpost moving. Too much moving the goalpost here. Yeah, romance novels. Think about that. So do you need romance novels to be sent to the light? Say that. You say that in a world where Twilight and 50 Shades of Grey exist. I appreciate you acknowledging the fact that it's a two-way street, though, Melonie. Oh, sorry.
They are trying to seduce you and
hang on, let me go back.
Substituting a wife for a pixels on a screen. That's perverted. Your sexual gratification is supposed to come from your wife. And if you are seeking alternate sources, seeking those sources for sexual pleasure, you are acting in abomination and perversion.
I'm going to highlight this real quick. Before Eve, there was 2B. And before 2B, there was Bayonetta. Now, we all love our sultry, sexy Umbra Witch, don't we? Bayonetta fans, stand up in the chat. I want to see that. I want my Bayonetta fans rise up. We all love our Bayonetta, okay? We adore her. And the reason I bring up Bayonetta is because I don't know if Melonie reminds us though, but Bayonetta was made by a woman. That's why I'm highlighting Emerald's comment right now too. Most manga, most fan service are actually made by women. Huh. 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 Really, it really makes you think. Really makes you think, huh? It really makes you think about that, huh?
Simple as that. And anything that is created with the intent to make you do that is the same. And I ain't just here saying it's just guys doing that. Women do that too. There are actual Gooner games for women. I have seen them. I have seen people post them unabashedly. No shame. There are games that is usually of the romance novel variety, and you have a bunch of male suitors, really attractive male suitors who more so you're not going to see as much.
They're called visual novels, by the way. It's called visual novels, by the way. And they're both made by both men and women. And also, by the way, you probably don't realize that a lot of the visual novels that were, more suited for the male gaze and audience can also be made by women too. Just saying, Melonie. Throwing stones at glass houses.
It's going to be portrayed in a little different way when it's meant to appeal to women, but it's still equally as perverted and equally as disgusting because it's trying to elicit the same reactions. So you have these suitors, and they try to, as the female player, they are trying to seduce you and win you over. The goal here with these games is for these guys to be whispering sexual things in the player's ear and are going to create a sexual fantasy for said player. Again, that is not God's design. God's design is for a woman to have said pleasure from her husband. So if she is seeking outside sources for sexual gratification and pleasure that is not a husband, then she is committing a perversion. Whether that be a visual novel like that, whether that be a book with that purpose, or whether that be even just a video game, like any regular video game. If that is
just okay, let me get into the second part. Let me just speak into the second part of this, by the way. Let's speak to the second part here, and this is where I get. This is, of course, I've said this is coming from an ivory tower mentality, and this is coming from a moral Puritan mentality. Mel, there are even Christians who were even had a problem with what you were saying, who are even calling you out, by the way. I hope you understand that. I hope you actually understand that your own fan base was even calling you out too. I hope you understand that there are Christians in the world who are against censorship, who are basically let's be honest here. There are Christians who have basically said that you're basically taking out of the Bible out of context. You can't be this you cannot be this ignorant and not have people call you out on it. Not even have your own fan base call you out on it. Agreed, Punk Waddle. How about speaking to the brokenness of society and how we need to heal rather than just shame and shock value to create further distance from any sort of human restoration or resolution? I agree. Matt's bringing up, how about this? See, Yeah, exactly. Fantasy entertainment and good writing and character development are based on human condition, and the reason they sell is because they resonate with people. Punk, I cannot give you Punk. I'm gonna ruin the Don DeMarco button. Okay, you can't. You can't. Punk is just speaking truth, man. Thank you, Punk. Like, I'm sorry, I don't know cosplay. This is a problem with extreme Christianity. You always think they have the moral this moral high ground, by the way. But the point I'm saying is, Melonie, there's a problem when even Christians in your own chat are calling you out. Who don't go to this extreme. To demonize, to shame, to be this judgmental. What you are doing in this video, what you have been doing in the past tweets I've been seeing over the past 24 hours or so, is showing that you don't speak for Christianity. You don't speak for anyone but yourself. And the way you're interpreting it is I guarantee you a lot of people are going to even Christian scholars are going to call you out on it. This is too much of a moral high ground, and this is just speaking from you, from your perception, not from actual teachings. And you can happily send this straight to her. I'll probably get blocked too, but that's fine. Not even citing your sources whatsoever. Let's continue.
Is what she is using that game for. So let's not pretend that some of these games don't purposefully try to elicit a sexual gratification out of the player. And there is a strong difference between a character being made to be aesthetically attractive, just like we can appreciate art, versus a character in a game that is designed to create sexual gratification out of the player.
Define it, please. Show proof of it, please. You're not willing to, because if you did, your arguments would be thrown out the window. This is whataboutism. This is speaking on both sides of your mouth. This is pride. Which pride is a sin, by the way, Melonie. Hope you should know about that.
Okay, I know a lot of you aren't even going to hear what I'm saying, and you're still going to be doing these whataboutisms in my comments because you are so defensive. But hey, maybe some will listen. Same with like the queers and all that. You ever?
Your own audiences listen, Melonie. And like I said, they're calling you out as well. They're pointing out how blatant you're a blatant hypocrite. Blatant hypocrite.
See how it just sounds like you're arguing with demons? It's the same way. These demons have a hold on these people, and they can't be reasoned with because they are so engulfed in their perversion. And what they don't realize is that the satisfaction they think that they're getting out of their perversion is just self-destructive. It's like you want to tell somebody to stop doing drugs because they're hurting themselves, but they cannot hear it. And it is the same thing. A lot of these Gooner.
Punk, do you want me to play that again? Do you want me to play that again? Do you guys want me to play that statement again? Do you want me to play that statement again? Shall I play it? Let's play it again.
The queers and all that. You ever see how it just sounds like you're arguing with demons? It's the same way. These demons have a hold on these people, and they can't be reasoned with because they are so engulfed in their perversion. And what they don't realize is that the satisfaction they think that they're getting out of their perversion is just self-destructive. It's like you want to tell somebody to stop doing drugs because they're hurting themselves, but they cannot hear it. And it is the same thing. A lot of these gooners that are mad, and it's crazy.
What's crazy is that you haven't looked in the mirror. What's crazy is that you just labeled at least a good chunk of your own audience, by the way, Melonie. What's crazy is that you likely probably labeled the people that you actually work with. Say, like, starting Craig as side scrollers, or say, like, the people you stream with. I hope you realize. I hope what's crazy is that you're not even self-aware to realize that you just labeled a good chunk of your audience. You just labeled regular people. You just labeled Christians as well. Thank you so much, XD. Have a great rest of your day. By that same token, Mel, by that exact same token, you should be reasoned with. By that exact same token, you shouldn't be reasoned with either. Bane, thank you for the $2 super chat. So my buddy Sylph is a demon. GTFO. So, does the 40 plus people in my audience, they're not reasoned with either? They're not demons either. They're demons as well. They're not meant to be reasoned with. I want to ask you something. I'm gonna ask an honest question here, and this is where the second part of my problem is here. This is the moral purity. I brought up the moral puritanism, the moral high ground, and thinking that you're better than everyone else. Thinking that you can use, thinking that because you are devout, because you're a born again Christian, gives you carte blanche to label everyone that you don't see, everyone that you clearly that doesn't walk the line the same way as you do, as demons, as losers, as gooners, as Coomer brained, as perversion. There are people dealing with those kind of things, Melonie. But this isn't it. You sitting on your ivory tower, and clearly it's an ivory tower full of lies as well, going this way, telling people that comparing them to demons that they can't be reasoned with. Tell that to. So I'm guessing. Okay, let's extend this out. Let's extend this out. Tell that to Snow. Tell that to Bandito. Tell that to Punk. Tell that to Arwen. Tell that to Mama Bear. Tell that to Loki. Tell that to Hypnotic, which you've blocked. Tell that to Smash JT, which you've blocked. Tell that to Madam Savvy. Tell that to Packer Girl. Tell that to Cult Classic Cage. Tell that to a lot of people, Melonie. Tell that to a lot of people. In fact, tell that to an entire population. Tell that to an entire country. Tell that to your own audience, which you're already doing. Go ahead. Because I know this is going to set people off real quick. Mel, what you're doing in this video, what you've been doing ever since this whole meltdown started 24 hours ago, ever since this week, what you've shown all this week is that you are using the Bible and Jesus as a shield, as an excuse to act like this, to have this kind of attitude. And you're not even, and you there's no lack of, there's not even an ounce of self-awareness. There's not even an ounce of looking in the mirror. And you can happily send this stream to her. You can happily you can happily clip this segment out and send it right to her. Because that is exactly what I'm seeing right now. I'm hearing excuses. I'm hearing excuses. I'm hearing moving the goalpost. I'm hearing labeling. I'm hearing demonization. You're using the Bible. You're using Jesus. You're using the good book. You're using the good Lord as an excuse, as a shield. You don't speak for Christians. You don't speak for all Christians. And you don't represent all Christians. So we're Gooners, we're losers, we're demons. And if you want to try to label stuff like First Descendant stuff we're into as equate to drug problems, drug addiction, let's go and put it this way. You know who else had an issue with a struggling issue regarding drug problems and drug addiction? This I don't want to bring this name up, but I'm trying to prove a point here. There's a guy that not a lot of people know. Not a lot of people know him. He had a drug addiction. He had to deal with a struggling drug addiction. His name is I think it was Gary Binkler. He had to deal with it. He had to deal with it. He got locked up. He got a lot of trouble. He got locked up, a lot of trouble. He had to deal with, rehab, had to deal with, sobriety, sober, and such like that. He had to deal with a lot of that going, especially with a kid, especially with a wife, especially with a family. He had to underwent a lot of demons just to be able to make it out to the other side. He used to be out here in California, but he's out in Texas. And you want to try to label perversion as demonic. You want to try to label these people as demonic. You want to try people to not be able to reason with. Well, this guy Gary, he's dealt with his demons. He's doing good for himself. He's hanging. He's all hanging out. He's all good, man. He's on a straight and narrow path. He's doing well for himself. You know? So let me bring this up. Let me replay this comment again.
It's the same way. These demons have a hold on these people, and they can't be reasoned with because they are so engulfed in their perversion. And what they don't realize is that the satisfaction they think that they're getting out of their perversion is just self-destructive. It's like you want to tell somebody to stop doing drugs because they're hurting themselves, but they cannot hear it. And it is the same thing. A lot of these gooners that are mad, and it's crazy.
So, I just want to tell you something about Gary, by the way. Actually, you guys may know. actually, I may be wrong. It's like I thought I knew Gary, but apparently a lot of people know Gary. Apparently he goes by the name. I'm trying to think of it at the top of my head. I think the name is Nerdrotic. I mean, I'm just saying. You're labeling a lot of people as demonic. You're gonna try to equate them to like drug addiction and such like that, when it's like you do realize you were on Friday Night Tights a couple of times, a couple of times, man. I'm probably getting it wrong. I'm probably getting it wrong. Then I apologize if people want to just correct me on that. But you trying to equate, being demonic, perversion, demonic as some kind of, we can't be reasoned with. Then you may want to tell that to some of the people you've worked with before, some of the people you streamed with before. Riot Kitty says it's not like that at all. Okay, so let's Riot Kitty, if you can clarify that up for me. If I'm getting it wrong, let me know, guys. But like, you just paint it with a broad brush. You're using the good book as using the good book as an excuse. So the quick question here is, do you have any ounce of self-awareness, Melonie? I'm just saying.
All these gooners that are mad at me because I spoke out against, no, I don't want this. That doesn't fix the gaming industry. People think that, make all these characters naked, make them all naked or half naked or in lingerie, make all the female characters in lingerie, and that fixes everything. No.
Who asked for that? Who asked for that? Who asked for that? I'm being dead serious. Who asked for that? Who asked for that? Because I'm waiting. I will wait. Who asked for that? Who asked to have every single female character in lingerie? Have every single character be this curvaceous and such like that? Who asked for everything to be? I really would like to know, Melonie. Who asked? Do you have actual proof? I am dead serious. Oh, okay. Thanks for clearing up, Riot. Thank you. Okay. So, who asked, Melonie? And by the way, I got actual women in my chat as well who are commenting on this too. Just don't forget that too. But who asked? I didn't. Sure, a lot of other people did. Just because we want to see less of this doesn't mean we want everything to be the opposite. Throughout this video, this right here. So I ask you, Who asked? We climbed about Interstellar. I almost call it Intergalactic again. Who asked? Like, I'm dead serious, Melonie. Who asked for every single female character, every single game to be like First Descender Starblade? Who asked? I'm legitimately asking you this question. Do you have actual proof of that? Moderation is king. I agree. Who asked for to be in everything? What you're doing is you're speaking in absolutes, Melonie. You're talking in absolutes. And we all know that only the Sith deal in absolutes.
No, it doesn't. Making good games fixes everything. Making games that actually have substance and quality fixes everything. And
that's what we've been saying this entire time. That's what everyone has been saying this entire time. Okay, you know what? Difficulty, you made it. You know what, difficulty? I'm gonna have to play this clip now. I'm just going to play this clip now. I'm going to play this clip now. Hang on.
That's a nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
God, I love that clip. We need like a remaster of Metal Gear Rising, by the way. I'm starting to believe that maybe Senator Armstrong may have had a point. I'm kidding. Senator Armstrong may have a point. You do. You think that the people who, and Emerald makes a great point here. You think that people who do play the fan service in H games, that's all they play. You know that's dead wrong, right? You know that's wrong. Let's hold on. Let's go. You know what? Let's do this. I don't even have time tomorrow. Let's go to my Steam. Hang on, I'm gonna open up my Steam library real quick. Hold on. I'm gonna open up my Steam library. Let me open my Steam library real quick, y'all. By the way, that is my Makini ID is my my Steam handle. That is my Steam handle. Let's look at my library. This is what I have. So I have Cyberpunk, Snowbreak. Let's see. Cyberpunk. That's not an H game or fan service game, but there are mods for it. Driver Rally. Oh, that's a racing game. Need for Speed Unbound. That's a racing game. Marvel Rivals. Playing fan service. There you go. Oh, what? Okay. 5 Hearts Under One Roof. Visual novel. Dating sim. Fan service. Gets to go. Need for Speed. That's a racing game. Racing game. Let's see. Racing game. Oh, they have a little bit of fan service. Oh, let's see. Racing game. Let's see. Racing game. Fortnite with waifus. Dustborn, which I blame all of you. I'm still mentally scarred for that. Street Fighter 6. Bomber Cyberpunk. Street Fighter 5. That's not even limited. That's not even counting my my PS3, PS4, and PS3, PS4, and Xbox One, PS5 library as well. Oh, let's add on to. Hold on. I got more. So, what else do I play? Let's break that. Let's break our argument. Let's destroy that statement right here, because you're thinking that this is what we all want to see in our games. Okay, so let me open up my PSCX2 library. Let's go through my PS2. I have a PS2 emulator. This is my library here. Let's see. Racing. And a lot of these games have very little to no fan service whatsoever. So please, Melonie. Please, Melonie, continue with this mindset that because I play games like Snowbreak, like Stellar Blade, or First Descendant, or even a Hoyoverse title like say Zenless Zone Zero. That's what we all want to see in all of our games. That we want every female character in our games to be just like that. Come on. Right. In fact, we can do this. Everybody in the chat. I want everyone to chat. List off the games that you guys want to play. List off the games that you play. List off the games that you play that are not what Melonie has described. Even if you play the fan service titles, list off the games that don't have any fan service that you play. Please, I'm going to highlight all of them in the chat. List off your games. Stunning is big into Transformers. Stunning is a huge Transformers fan, and there's little to no like sexual fan service. You know, the Arkham games, Final Fantasy, very appealing, attractive characters. Now, let me put the Lego games, Yakuza, Like a Dragon. I could say about Marvel Rivals, of course. I mean, Riot Kitty can bring up the plethora of gacha games she plays, like Wuthering Waves, or what's the Honkai Star Rail. Those games play fan service, but does she want every single character to look like the characters in Honkai Star Rail, or Zenless Zone Zero, or Wuthering Waves? Does she want every single game to be like that? Does she want every single character to be like that? No. You see what I'm saying right now here? Shellback plays Knights of the Old Republic, Days Gone, Ghost of Tsushima. Mario Kart, No Rest for the Wicked, Fallout 4, Skyrim. We can mod those games to have those elements, to have that, Gooner content that Melonie wants to bring up. Sonic, Overwatch, anime. Not all games need to have what exactly, Punk. That is what I'm trying to say. Not all games need to have it. But what I'm saying is that the games that do have it should not be demonized. That you can't play this double standard, Melonie, because that's exactly what you're doing.
And I'm going to tell you, if you actually look at a brilliant and artistic mind who can create a masterpiece, typically they have respect for their work. And as a result, you're going to see that portrayed in the characters that they create as well. So are you going to find a perverted game that happens to be a masterpiece? The chances of that are almost non-existent, because again, someone even capable of in the first place of producing a masterpiece is going to respect their work enough for that not to happen. Just like,
let me stop. I'm going to stop you right here. I am going to stop you right here. We're going to stop right here. Let me play that one more time.
Or in lingerie, make all the female characters in lingerie, and that fixes everything. No, it doesn't. Making good games fixes everything. Making games that actually have substance and quality fixes everything. And I'm going to tell you, if you actually look at a brilliant and artistic mind who can create a masterpiece, typically they have respect for their work. And as a result, you're going to see that portrayed in the characters that they create as well. So are you going to find a perverted game that happens to be a masterpiece? The chances of that are almost non-existent, because again,
let's see. We'll start with Bayonetta. Okay. Let's go Bayonetta. Nier Automata. No, please, guys. This whole thing that you can't have a fan service game that can be artistic and still be an incredibly, it can be classified as art, can have a great story and such like that. So I breaking this down. So Bayonetta, Stellar Blade, Nier Automata. Come on, list them off. Let's list them off. Okay, I got another one for you. It's a little game called Nike, Goddess of Victory. Developed by Stellar Blade team, Danganronpa. By the way, Nike is a shiny, I will cite Nike till the day I die. Nike is a shining example of come for the plot, you stay for the plot. Yes, the game has a lot of titillation. It has a lot of fan service, but you know what? You end up the longer you play Nike, the more you get invested into the story. The more you get invested into its world and its characters. I will always cite Nike as an example. There is not a single girl in this game that you won't attach yourself to, that you won't sympathize in one way, shape, or form. Nike is a shining example of that. And you know what another shining example of that too is? Oh. Brown Dust 2. And the best part, and the thing is with Brown Dust 2, they do not hold back in terms of fan service. It gets looter and looter, and guess what? There's still a wonderful RPG under there. There's still a fantastic RPG. Fate Go is another one. A lot of gacha games are exactly disprove Melonie's point. River City Girls is another one. Keep listing them off. Games with fan service. Games with a lot of very aesthetically pleasing characters, and yet you still get invested into the story, and yet still get it artistically done. Wuthering Waves is another one. Wuthering Waves is playing fan service, and yet there's a great story, and yet you play the game. Persona is another one. So don't give me this. There's not a lot of those kind of games. Get out of here with that. Get the heck out of here with that. Devil May Cry 5. There's more than you think, Melonie. Way more than you think if you actually did the research. Instead of being ignorant to your own mindset. Instead of being this how ignorant are you? How disingenuous and dishonest are you, Melonie? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm really letting it out. Hades is another one. So there's not a lot of those games where you classify as perversion, yet it's still artistically done and it's still beautifully done, and yet it's still a masterpiece. Nier Automata is a shining example of that, Melonie. What do you think? Get out of here with that.
Again, someone even capable of in the first place of producing a masterpiece is going to respect their work enough for that not to happen. Just like
who respect their work enough to not let that happen, to not let the perversion happen. Hold on. Have you heard of Metal Gear? Have you heard of Metal Gear? Have you heard of Metal Gear Solid? Have you heard of Hideo Kojima? Have you heard of Metal Gear Solid? Have you heard of Hideo Kojima, by the way? You do realize that there is a character in Metal Gear Solid, specifically Metal Gear Solid 5.
Very good.
Who is exactly what you are trying to say. What you're trying basically throws your point out the window. You do realize that, right? You realize that, right? Who you could say was only made for perversion and titillation, but you find out how actually well in depth of a character she is, and there's actually a reason for the way she dresses the way she does, the reason that she looks the way she does. You guys know. By the way, guys. Okay, how about this? How about this? How about this? I'm gonna put it before I show this. Before I show what I'm about to example. Before I show my example, can anyone in the chat tell me which character I'm referring to? Can you tell me which character I'm referring to? I'm gonna give you guys a minute. I want to see. I want to know exactly who. I would love to see who can actually. Who knows what character I'm referring to? Bandito's right there, but he misspelled it. Let's see who else. Come on. 30 seconds. I want to see. I want to know before I show the clip. Who am I referring to? Come on. Let me play this again. Hang on.
Typically, they have respect for their work. And as a result, you're going to see that portrayed in the characters that they create as well. So are you going to find a perverted game that happens to be a masterpiece? The chances of that are almost non-existent because, again, someone even capable of in the first place of producing a masterpiece is going to respect their work enough for that not to happen. Just like look at movies. If you compare a masterpiece,
Melonie's right. Melonie's totally right.
Masterpiece of a movie to pornography. I keep saying corn because of YouTube monetization stuff. Have you ever in the history of your life seen something actually taken serious where somebody was like, wow, this pornography movie? My mind is blown by how insanely good the plot was and how the story, just that plot twist, the story just left me thinking about life and just it changed me on a spiritual level. No, that doesn't happen because it's not art. It's perversion. I want art. As somebody, I appreciate art. I'm an artist myself.
Okay, let's break this down here real quick. You're right on one thing. Nobody looks at prawn and for the plot, but what you're doing is equating games that we pointed out. We have pointed out we have listed off all these games that we just pointed out earlier, and I just showed Metal Gear Solid 5. You're basically equating that as prawn, basically. Okay, then let's if that's where you want to go, if that's seriously how you want to play, you moved you were moving you were moving the goalpost. You were moving the fucking goalpost here. This is disingenuous. This is completely disingenuous. Then you would probably say that to people who designed the art team behind the first Descendant, the art team behind Stellar Blade. She just said that. Yeah. Exactly. Goes over self-imposed limit, basically. And she's projecting. This is legitimate projecting onto all of us, onto everyone else. This is projecting on everyone else. And as Nick Weiser, shout out to you, Nick, pointed in the chat, I'm about to scroll all the way back up. May believe her simply because she said it. Exactly. Exactly.
Have you ever in the history of your life seen something actually taken serious where somebody was like, wow, this pornography movie?
We just named games. But that's we just list off a bunch of games, and that's what you're equating it to, basically.
My mind is blown by how insanely good the plot was and how the story, just that plot twist, the story just left me thinking about life and just it changed me on a spiritual level. No, that doesn't happen because it's not art. It's perversion. I want art. As somebody, I appreciate art. I'm an artist myself. I love to draw. Like, I care about art. And people make jokes and act like, oh, what kind of stuff have you drawn? What? I bet you've drawn like perverted stuff before. It's like, literally no. Like when I was a little kid, you draw body parts and stuff as a joke. But literally no. It's just like, you know what? I haven't. And I'm not saying everybody who can't be an artist. They can, but that's not from an artist. That's like a fleshly outlet. It's like a perverted outlet, right? But when it comes to actual art, fine art, and I can be a bit, I don't want to say an art snob, but
you're just a snob. You're just a snob. And this is where we're going to get to the point where I got angry.
But and especially my work with it, I'm not saying that my work should be hung in the Smithsonian, but I'm just saying the amount of pride that I take in my work because I genuinely care about art I feel like if I were to draw some smutty picture, would be perverting what I want to develop as my talent. So at the end of the day, when we want good video games, which are an artistic medium, it's really difficult and almost impossible to have a masterpiece that is also perverted. That is, oh, here, we're going to throw this in there directly for the people who want to lust after it. Let's make this completely with the intent of making the player lust and feel sexual desire for it. They can, but that's not from an artist. I care about art, and people make jokes and act like, oh, what kind of stuff have you drawn? What? I bet you've drawn like perverted stuff before. It's like, literally no. Like when I was a little kid, you draw body parts and stuff as a joke, but literally no. It's just like, you know what? I haven't, and I'm not saying everybody who has can't be an artist. They can, but that's not from an artist. That's like a fleshly outlet. It's like a perverted outlet. Right? But when it comes to actual art, fine art, and I can be a bit, I don't want to say an art snob, but and especially my work with it, I'm not saying that my work should be hung in the Smithsonian, but I'm just saying the amount of pride that I take in my work because I genuinely care about art. I feel like if I were to draw some smutty picture, would be perverting what I want to develop as my talent. So at the end of the day,
I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna play this one. I'm gonna play this one more time. I'm going to play this one last time because I'm gonna hear this loud because I want y'all to hear this loud and clear.
Right? But when it comes to actual art, fine art, and I can be a bit.
Okay. Here, she's wait. Is it muted? Why is this happening? I can't hear it. Okay. I want to play this again.
Perverted outlet, right? But when it comes to actual art, fine art, and I can be a bit, I don't want to say an art snob, but and especially my work with it, I'm not saying that my work should be hung in the Smithsonian, but I'm just saying the amount of pride that I take in my work because I genuinely care about art. I feel like if I were to draw some smutty picture would be perverting what I want to develop as my talent.
Okay. I'm going on Facecam. I'm going on Facecam to explain to bring up my point of why I think why I needed to make this stream. And to the focal point right here. Right here. And basically, what she is saying is that, that if you do perverted work, if you do what she calls perverted work, if you do, what she calls, perverted, Coomer-brained art, that, you don't have pride. That you don't have any pride in your work. That you're not a real artist. Is that what you're trying to say, Melonie? Is that what I'm getting at? Is that exactly what I'm getting at? Are you trying to tell me that
they can, but that's not from an artistic. That's like a fleshly out. And especially my work with it, I'm not saying that my work should be hung in the Smithsonian, but I'm just saying the amount of pride that I take in my work because I genuinely care about art. I feel like if I were to draw some smutty picture would be perverting what I want to develop as my talent.
Okay, let's begin. Nope, let's begin. Nope, I am not going. No, I'm not going to let this go. So you're going to tell me that the past, 10 plus years of work that I've done, this goes all the way back to 2014. You mean to tell me that the past 10 plus years of work that I've done, that because a chunk of most of the work of work that I've taken, that I don't take my work seriously, then I'm not legitimate? Is that what you're trying to say? Because what is you classify as smutty is not real art? That I don't have any pride in my own work? Is that what you're trying to say? Is that what you're trying to say? That I don't take any pride in my work, that I'm not legit because I do risque stuff, because it's not to your standard. Is that what you're trying to tell me? Yes, yes, I was upset hearing about this. When I first heard that, I cannot believe you just said that. I really cannot believe you just said that. I want you to look at me straight in my, I want you to look at me straight in the eye and tell me. Look at me dead in the eye and tell me that I don't take pride in my own work. That I don't actually care about the talent that I have. Look at me dead in the eye and tell me that, Melonie. Look at me. Negating every freaking piece of work that I've been doing for the past 10 years. And you want to tell me that I don't have any pride in my work because I do smutty stuff, in your opinion? Is that it? You can tell in the tone of my voice right now. I was legitimately angry. Negating I'm not legit. I'm not a real artist. I don't care. I don't have any pride in my own work because I do smut, right? Because I do what you classify as smut, right? 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 I'm not legit. Okay, I'm not legit. Okay, fine. Okay, let's go with this. Let's tell here. Let's I'm gonna prove an example here. I made a post about I may retweet this post. This is from Cute Sexy Robots on Twitter. This is Marvel Rivals. This is a Marvel Rivals, by the way. Melonie can look at this and just be like, "Oh, it's smut and stuff." Like I can appreciate, but unlike Melonie, I can actually appreciate the artistry behind it. I can appreciate the amount of passion and actually put into it. Because I can't draw like that because I want to draw like that, okay? Because people want to render like that. You want to tell me that this doesn't classify, that this can't be seen as artistic in a way? You can't be seen that this is someone who actually has pride and actually passion in their work, who actually cares about their work? No, come on. No. Listen, let me bring a female. Hang on a second. I'm gonna bring a female example up. Hang on. So I can find here. Let me find you here. Lit. Let's go. I see a chat. The chat's thinking I'm just taking the bait. It's just taking the bait. You can probably argue that this entire stream is taking the bait. But let's bring up another example. Let's bring up another example here, since you want to go down this route here. Let me see if I can find one here. So tell that to tell it to all the time. Tell it to one of the women who got me into doing digital. Her name is Descendant. Because, she does smut, but I guess that's, that doesn't classify as, she's not legit, right? Is that right, Melonie? Is that right? No, it didn't, Emerald. It didn't. It didn't. That was before I knew who Cute Sexy Robots was. So, but, you mean to tell me that someone like Danton doesn't take pride in her work? Despite it would be exactly what you classify as? You understand why I'm angry, right? You understand why I'm angry right now, right? You do understand why I'm angry right now, right? Why I wanted to make this stream, right? Because according to this high and mighty, just sniffing her own farts at this point, someone who's desperate, using the Bible as a fucking excuse, he's up here to look down on me and tell me that I'm not a real artist, that I'm not legit. Let's negate the past 10 years of work that I've spent on my work. And you want to look at me dead in the eye that I don't have any pride, I don't actually have any passion in my own work, just because it's mostly smut by your decree? I have been passionate about my work. I have been passionate about why I made this YouTube channel. It's to show that off. You cannot look at me dead in the eye and tell me that I don't have any passion in my work, that I don't actually give a damn. You cannot look at me dead in the eye and tell me that I don't give a damn in my own work, when I've been caring about what I've been putting on paper for the last 10 years. That I have inspired so many people to want to start drawing as well. So my tagline, the code I live by: never stop drawing. That basically doesn't that basically just is completely negated, because I'm not legitimate. Because I don't care about my talent. What do you think I wear that hashtag? Like, I wear that, and it's almost like a freaking tattoo of me. It's almost like a tattoo I wear. That's a code I live by. Never stop drawing. Because that's got me to where I was. So for you of all people, to make that to say something like that, thinking that you can sit on an ivory tower and look down at people like me because I do smut, that I'm not legit, that I don't have any pride in my own work, that I'm tainting my own talent. You were wrong this entire stream. Through this entire video, you were wrong. Through this entire video, you're projecting. Throughout this entire video, you're labeling so many people. And now you're insulting. And now you're insulting me. You're insulting a lot of people, especially a lot of artists who probably follow you as well, Melonie. Who probably do what you call smut. And I'm speaking just for myself. And yes, I did take a personal offense to that. I would love for you to tell me straight to my face that I don't have any pride in my own work because of what I draw, that I don't have any passion in my work, and I don't actually give a damn about my own work. Melonie, from a sincerest point of view, and from a sincerest part of my heart, respectively, fuck you. Seriously. In fact, you know what? Screw it. Let Jimmy Fox. Let me just be all say.
You just want to say,
Fuck you. Oh, fuck you, fuck you. Fuck you, fuck you. Fuck you, fuck you.
Nobody should be taking what you say seriously at this point, especially of what you just said. No one should take you seriously. Yes, I am angry. Yes, I did. Yes, that those words coming out of your mouth really upset me. People will say I'm taking a bait. People will say I'm taking a bait, or I'm just taking a bait. I'm just feeding the trolls, whatever. No, this isn't trolling. I could tell that this is legitimate, and legitimately, Melonie, you're full of crap. You are so full of crap. Continue. Generally impossible to have a masterpiece that's all perverted. That's by your decree.
Have a masterpiece that is also perverted. That is, here, we're going to throw this in there directly for the people who want to lust after it. Let's make this completely with the intent of making the player lust and feel sexual desire for it. That's already
Tell that to Kim Hyun-tae and Stellar Blade. Tell that straight to tell that straight to a lot of these creators. Please go ahead and tell that straight to a lot of these creators' faces and see what happens.
corrupted their work. That's corrupted the work already. It is what it is. So no, I will continue to speak out against them deliberately defeminizing female characters. And I will continue to speak out against them deliberately emasculating male characters, for example. And I don't think the answer to fighting back against this perverted stuff is to make women ugly. That's not the answer, because if you teach men that you can't even look at a woman unless she's ugly or you're going to be gooning after her, that's not practical, and it's also just like weak.
Isn't that exactly what you've been saying? Isn't that what you were saying before in this video, by the way? That's exactly what you've been saying. This is an example of a horseshoe theory. This is a shining example of what happens when the pendulum is swinging across the other side. Nobody, and I repeat, nobody who's been talking about the issues going on with this industry wants the pendulum to swing all the way to the other side. The pendulum needs to swing right back down the middle. The fact that you are completely oblivious to that is almost annoying. It's just downright annoying that you can't even see the forest for the trees, Melonie. That you're so up, you can't even look in a mirror and realize maybe I'm out of line. But no, you have to resort to try to act like a victim. You're trying to acting like a victim and saying, "Oh, this is what God says. This is what Jesus says." You know damn well that even you, of all people, should understand that. Because I can guarantee you, that's probably not what God wants or Jesus wants with that kind of mentality, Melonie.
So here's the difference. It's one thing to say, okay, here's a character that's built to be
I agree, Punk. She is saying the quiet part out loud. The problem is, she has no ounce of self-awareness. Zero lack of self-awareness.
attractive, which everybody is going to see attractive people in their life. But what separates a person from an absolute loser is that they can see an attractive person and not lose their minds and need to go take a break and run to the bathroom, and touch the.
Fuck you, Melonie. Like legitimately. You really do think that the entire side cannot look at a single attractive female character without whipping their dicks out? Like, for real? That is the same other side tactic. That exact tactic that if you can, that apparently we're all deviants. We're all demonic. We're all perverted. We're all, let's say, the other side would claim it as, having an attractive female is considered to grape culture, right, Melonie? That oh wait, what was that? Oh, what was that Insomniac developer? Oh, that's right. Putting titties on a lombax is equating to Harvey Weinstein, right? Me too, right? That we all can't keep it in their pants, apparently. Is that right? 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 Is that what it is? Is that exactly how you think? This is you thinking that. This isn't anyone else. This is you. That's why I'm saying you're speaking for you. God, you're so fucking delusional. God, just delusional sometimes.
Themselves. Like, let's be real. I was actually gonna plan this to be.
By the way, Power, that was an Insomniac developer who said that, by the way. That was an Insomniac developer. That is the exact same kind of energy that she's trying to say.
Be a lot more articulate, and I just turned on the camera and just started talking. And this is where I'm at now, so I don't know how coherent this even is as a whole. And I could talk a lot more, but I gotta be cautious or like careful or cognizant of everybody's time. But I'm just saying, let the record be straight now, and you can unfollow me if you want. I don't care. I didn't make this channel just to pander to people. I made this channel because I was already burned by a lot of the corruption. I've already seen a lot of the corruption in the gaming industry. I've seen a lot of the perversion and some of the perversion that I defended. So I'm not here acting like I'm better than everybody.
No, Melody, you're not. Except that you are. Except that you have spent the last 20 minutes telling everyone that you're better than them. You have spent the last 20 minutes basically saying, because I read the Bible, I'm better than you. You have spent the last 20 minutes basically equating people who enjoy stuff like the first Descendant, stuff like this. Hold on. You have spent the last 20 minutes equating to stuff like this as losers, as demonic, as not to be reasoned with, not to be equated to. This all comes back to this. If you like this stuff, you support this stuff, you defend this stuff, you're demonic. You're a loser. You will not amount to anything. You need Jesus. Did anyone ever notice the super chat? Did you send a super chat? Let me check. Oh, yes. I am so sorry, Punk Waddle. People, I have tells and they'll tell on themselves often. Agreed, Punk Waddle. Agreed 100%. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. So no, Mel, you're not better than everyone. Except that you are. Except that you've spent the past 20 minutes basically telling everyone you're better than them, that you have a moral high ground. Jay says, this is Salem Witch Trial. This is moral puritanism at its finest. This is hypocrisy at its finest.
I'm here from a place now of knowing, okay, I can't support this.
No one's saying you can. No one's forcing you to support this, Melonie. Just remember that. Nobody is asking you. Nobody is forcing you to support this. This is on you. You made this choice, and you cannot play both sides. You made this choice. You made this bed. You're going to have to lay in it.
Because Jesus Christ changed my life. And he can change your life too. I don't care if you had 1,000 screenshots of these games that you were jerking it to, or if you lived a gay lifestyle, or whatever it is. You can be saved through Jesus Christ. You don't have to be a slave to this. So let that be known. So
we can some people are probably smarter than me, way smarter than me, can probably go through this entire video and point out basically everything. The last couple of sentences she just said is contradicting, because what's the thing? I just need to ask something. What's the thing? What's the thing regarding tattoos, by the way? What's the game card makeup, by the way? I'm just saying contradictions here. In terms of religion, there's a lot of contradictions.
Yeah, I shame the activity. But I'm not saying that everybody who's participating in it will be doomed to be a loser forever. They change the fact and perverted. And they deep down, some of them may be in a more reprobate state, but deep down, it's perverted. And that's why they need the validation. That's why you have to have pride parades for gay Gooners to create this more validation than the shame that they feel for being pornography brained. Now you have certain people who know to overcome temptations that if I were to succumb to would make me a loser. Okay? So that's the thing. Side sources for sexual gratification and pleasure that is not a husband, then she is committing attractive, just like we can appreciate art versus a character in a game that is designed to create sexual gratification out of the player. Okay, I know a lot of you aren't even going to hear what I'm saying, and you're still going to be doing these whataboutisms in my comments because you are so defensive. But hey, maybe some will listen. perversion is just self-destructive. It's like you want to tell somebody to stop doing drugs because they're hurting themselves, but they cannot hear it. Bread and butter, that's what paid my bills. Oh, butts out. Yeah. Ha! Differentiate myself from that as a Christian and as a creator to let people know that, hey, that's not me. That's not what be saved through Jesus Christ. You don't have to be a slave to this. So let that be known. So yeah, I shame the activity, but I'm not saying that everybody who's participating in it will be doomed to be a loser forever. They don't have to be.
I just want to play some of those segments. Listen, there's so many of these. There's so much parts of these videos that I could clip out and make quotes of, because you've called everybody losers. You've called people demonic and not be reasoned with. And then in the same breath say that, they changed. I mean, which is it, Melonie? I mean, which is it? Stunning, thank you for the $10 super chat. I just see hypocrisy. It's just, if anything, being an artist makes us appreciate femininity because the work it takes to make it so appreciating that sexy art reminds us that beauty exists in women inside and out. Okay, Stunning. Just for that, heresy. Just for that heresy, I shall banish you into the depths of. You shall be banished into the depths of Don DeMarcoism. Okay. We will not accept this. We will not accept this heresy here. That should not be accepted. You should. You should repent. Repent. Generalization no power. The generalization is too extreme. It's painting with a broad brush. Okay. This is
So it was important to me to make that abundantly clear, because some people had the impression that this is something that I defended, and I have in the past. So I have to differentiate myself from that as a Christian and as a creator to let people know that, hey, that's not me. That's not what I'm supporting. That's not what I'm encouraging. And that's not what I'm promoting. I want to call out perversion and things that I don't like in the nerd culture space. And that's why I have this channel. And whatever I do beyond that, we'll see, because I don't even know at this point. After Goonergate, I was like, well, if that's how everybody expects me to be, and that's the only substance of my channel is to hop on here and be like, oh, whoa, guys, look at that. We win. Her whole butt's out. Yeah, hot. That's
sweeping generalizations, painting with a broad brush, and basic accusations as well. But please, Melonie, continue. Continue showing how much you lost a plot. Continue showing how much you're full of crap. Continue showing how you're a blatant hypocrite. I mean, I could be here all day proving this. Continue sitting on your ivory tower. Continue making these sweeping generalizations, because I think I made my point clear at this point. But you want to do this gross labeling, so good. So good, go on with that. But Clarence wants to make Clarence made a wonderful comment here. He said, I'm about to be labeled a sexist for quoting Timothy chapter 2 verse 12, but madam, you're making his point. Hang on, let me check. Timothy chapter 2, verse 12. I do not permit a woman to teach or assume authority over a man. She must be quiet. Yeah, I can definitely see the sexist part on that one. So just saying. Phantom GB also with the $10 super chat. She also forgets that the only time when it is a sin is when it's looked at in a lustful way. We are capable of just admiring and not letting those thoughts in. See, Melonie's too up her own ass to actually realize that, but I'm just saying. I'm just saying Melonie's too up her own ass to not even realize that. She hasn't bothered to even look in a freaking mirror to actually see that, to not even understand that. But thank you, Phantom GP, and yes, I agree. Nice preaching. Thanks for
It's not me. That's not going to be me. I would rather not have the channel at all. I would rather quit this channel and go full time with a leap of faith on my Bible channel. I am not doing that. I'm not. I don't care if it gets me views, clicks, likes, donos. Don't care. I'm not doing it.
Melonie, I'm saying this sincerely. It seems that your heart is more into the Bible channel than this. So why don't you just go do that then instead? But that's not what you're doing. See, this is the part where I'm about to. This is where the part where I could tell that she can't even be honest with herself. Clearly, you cannot be honest even with yourself, Melonie. So sincerely, if that's what your heart is telling you to go to do that to your Bible channel, then just do that then. You're going to hear no complaints from me. You're going to hear no complaints from anyone. That's what I'm telling to people. Follow your heart, man. If that's what your heart's telling you, then do that then. But you can't play this both sides. You can't be playing this both sides argument and then try to form excuses because a lot of what I've been watching throughout this entire stream is nothing but excuses. Straight up excuses. And you're just projecting it onto others. It's just blatant excuses and projecting. It just this high and mighty moral high ground. You don't. And guarantee the people who are defending you, the people who are white knighting for you, don't have that same moral high ground either. Yeah, I'm looking at you, Della Rose. I'm looking at you, Trent. I'm looking at you, Razor Fist, and I'm especially looking at you, Quarter Pounder. Sorry, y'all don't have a moral high ground. You guys don't get to preach down at us. You don't get to preach down at us like you're somehow superior human beings. It doesn't work like that. And I'm saying that because I legitimately do enjoy at least of those 4 people that I mentioned, at least 2 of those people I legitimately enjoy their content. Legitimately. But this moral grandstanding, you're not going to play. That doesn't work well. That does not work well. It really doesn't. And a lot of Christians are not trusting you either, Melonie.
Have credibility. I walked away from mainstream gaming industry. I got blacklisted from the mainstream gaming industry. Some of y'all don't know that was my bread and butter. That's what paid my bills. I was hosting for these companies online, even on television, at events around the world. And it's like, because of my outspokenness and because I spoke against a lot of the stuff that they push, I got blacklisted from all that. So I didn't walk away from that to just pander to Gooners. I didn't do that.
Nobody's asking you to pander to Gooners, Melonie. This is like the 5th or 6th time that I've been trying to tell you. Nobody's been trying to nobody asked you to pander to Gooners. That was your choice. And you coming up here in the past 24 hours, playing this victim card, trying to play the victim card for the past 24 hours, this past week, was your choice as well. I never once questioned your credibility, Melonie. Because it has been proven time and time again. I never once questioned your experience. I never once questioned your background. But what we are questioning is your hypocrisy. What we are questioning is this 180 when it has been shown in the past that you probably need that if this is your past self, you would be condemning your past self the same way you're condemning a lot of people right now. You cannot. What you're not going to do, and what a lot of this side is not going to do, is tell people how to live their life. Is try to project their own insecurities, project their own beliefs onto others. If you want to address your past and condemn it, that's fine. But it's clear that you're not even being honest with yourself. Dying to self-insert is it the same as self-proclaimed martyrdom? Exactly. Because this is what it is, self-proclaimed martyrdom. This is victimhood. When considering the issue you've been through, you should know a lot better than that. Judge yourself before you judge others, Melonie. That's why people are calling you out. That's why people are criticizing you. This isn't a harassment campaign. This is when I was trying to cancel you. We're just pointing out that you cannot be speaking on both sides of your mouth right now.
I didn't trade speaking out against one perversion to promote another. I'm not gonna do that. And so it's like
Nobody's asking you to do that. I don't know how I'm saying this again. Who is asking you to do that? Who is asking you to trade one perversion for another? Like, seriously, who is asking you? Like, I want to address the I know that I'm probably going to get a ton of dislikes in this, but I want to address the people, the actual legitimately followers, the subscribers. Who is asking her to switch out one perversion for another? I mean, I'm dead serious. And I'm legitimately asking this question. I feel like I'm now more justified when I said the first time that you need to stay in your lane, because clearly this isn't your lane. Playing both sides of the aisle is not your lane, Melonie. And you know that. The worst part is, like I said, you can't even be honest with yourself half the time in this video. Like, I am seeing a lot of insecurities going on here. I'm seeing a lot of, like, is that really... Everybody who's found their faith, to everybody who's in their faith, you do understand that I have nothing but support for you. but I am not. But you cannot. But this. But this. Really? Really? This kind of mentality, this kind of attitude, this person you're so desperately want to champion it with? Like, I may have been out of line when I said that the fan and one of on Cassie's stream, I may have been out of line when I said that that the fan base, that the subscribers can't be this delusional. But to people watching, and people are going to downvote this video, and that's fine. But look at this. You can't tell me that going this high and mighty, that championing somebody who is so high and mighty, who looks down on people like this, is a good thing. This moral puritanism has to stop. That there's a limit. Okay? That there's a way that you can be in the faith. You can support. You can be in the faith. You can read the Bible. You can do all the great things, but you don't have to act like this. You know that there's a limit, that you don't judge others like this, the way she's doing, because this is judging. Jay, exactly, Jay. Drunk 3PO is one of my best friends, a devout Christian, but he doesn't preach to me and tell me how to live. That's exactly what Melonie is doing. That's exactly what Melonie's doing, and it's like it's talking out. It's like it's like your mouth is going one way and your ass is going the other way. Let's be honest here. With the way you're dressing right now, if you want to play this game, your mouth is going one way and your ass is going the other way. So which is it, Mel? Which is it? And Cage, good morning to you. Shout out. If you guys want to subscribe to Cult Classic Cage, please do so. She definitely got me into inspired me to put this stream together. So which is it?
I haven't felt comfortable in this space whenever that's expected of me. And so it's like, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing from here on this channel.
I subscribe to Mel. I have subscribed to Mel. And I knew her stance on stuff. I could tell her stance on it. And I did not have, and you know what? That was fine. This ain't your thing. Okay, First Descendant, that's not your thing. Okay? You can say it, move on. That's totally fine with me. That's clearly not your thing. Okay. There's a limit. There's definitely, she has her own limits. She doesn't want to project on this. Okay, I get that. But the problem is that you're projecting it onto others. The problem is that when people are pointing out the inconsistencies in your statements, when people are pointing out how you're speaking on one end, but then you're also speaking on the other end as well, you get defensive. You play the victimhood card. You try using the Bible as a shield. I stand by that when I said earlier, you're better off staying in your lane, Melonie, because clearly that's your lane. And you can do both. You don't have to, like, people will always want to bring up the fact that she loves saying the gamer word all the time. I don't have a problem with that. I generally don't really have a problem with that. However, it does heighten the inconsistency, though. It does heighten the kind of the blatant hypocrisy about it. You know, you want to preach the good book, you want to preach the Bible, but you can't be, trying to be all base and stuff, dropping the other F-bombs like that. It's either one way or it's not. You can't play both. You're in a spot where you really cannot play both sides. You got to be honest with yourself. And I just feel like here, you're showing. I feel like this stupid Goonergate scenario is just showing your true colors. Well, you could have just left it. Let's put it this way. Let's put it this way. Not me. I like attractive characters. I don't want to be set. I don't want to be. I want to play with something with naked butts, boobs, or bulges in my face. Fine. That's fine. We could disagree. We could just disagree and we could just move on. We could just disagree. Okay, disagree. Okay, fine. That's your thing. You're not going to project, and then fine. But no, you double down on it. You double down on it. You didn't even acknowledge your own past self. And now look at where we are. Now we 3.5 hours in of a 30-minute video. And you understand why I have a lot to say on this. You could have just said, I'll put it this way. You could have just said, not me. I like attractive characters, but this isn't my thing. You guys have fun with it. That's clearly your thing. All good to you. Not my thing. I'm going to move on. I'm going to do my thing. I like Stellar Blade. I may like Stellar Blade, but I may Stellar Blade is to fit Laura Croft, but this one, totally, I get it. It's for you guys. That's not my thing. Have at it. All cool. Live and let live. All right? But that's not what you did. That's not what you did. Instead, you doubled down. Instead, you want to play this high and mighty game. Instead, you want to play this victim. You want to play this martyrdom. Plenty of Christians are very much into the live and let live, man. Mel. Especially Christians in your own audience that are your subscribers are all about live and let live. I bet you there's plenty of Christians in my chat right now who are all about live and let live. And it's like, hey, we don't subscribe to this. Because they understand that it's a personal journey. That your relationship with God is yours. That's your personal relationship. You got that's what's focused on you. Not try to force that on others. Not try to judge that on others. You're no better than anyone else. You're no better, Melonie. Continue.
I don't know. Because I've just not felt the most inspired when it's like, wait a minute, is this who I'm supposed to be encouraging? So, yeah, I'm going to be trying some different things on this channel. I'll still probably react to certain headlines and gaming news that applies to me. Like, oh, wow, we got a new Tomb Raider announcement or something. Even if I hate it, oh, look what they did. They made Lara Croft ugly. Like, I will speak out against that. But I really do feel like there's maybe a different direction I'm supposed to be in, and we'll see what that is.
First thing you may want to start with is just you got to find yourself. Then you got to do some deep soul searching, Melonie. Like deep soul searching yourself. Like you cannot look at this and not just with not only your relationship with God, but just how you are to other people. Look back. Take a step back. Like I would pull you to take at least a step back and look like, okay, maybe me acting this way, acting to other people is not helping. It's not helping me. It's not helping anyone. If you're going to, and Clarence makes a great point. If you're going to assume something, you better have receipts and proof of those salacious accusations, or you're going to get destroyed for being dumb. And that's what you're doing, Mel. Her issues are her with only security. She got to look that inward. That's something you have to seriously look inward. Because the more you run your mouth, the more you try to play this try to play this defensive game, the more you really try to play this victimhood and this holier than thou mindset, the worse it's going to get for you. The worse it's going to look for you. And you don't want to start a war on your... And what you're doing is you're starting a war even in your own chat, Mel. You're making those distracted... You're making the people who have detracted, the people who have said things about you. You're just proving them right. Like, I don't know how else to put it. And I figured you of all people would be better than that. But no, all you're coming off as is just a snake in the grass. A wolf in sheep's clothing. You're just gonna you're just slaughtering you in reality, all those lambs, you're not hurting those lambs, you're slaughtering those lambs. Like, this ain't working, I'm sorry. Continue.
Maybe it's not completely just focusing on Bible channel. If it is, if God called me to that, I would do it. And I know God would provide for me. But I'm still going to focus on that channel. But, maybe it's just changing some things up here. I kind of want to do some content like where I actually put a lot of editing into it and talk about a lot of things that, from my perspective, that require editing and more focus and than just turning on a camera and, just talking for 10 minutes or in this case, almost 30. So I don't know.
That's the other big problem. That's why I say you can't even be honest with yourself, because Mel, in her past, she's worn basically multiple masks at this point. She has worn so many masks at this point. And now, all of those masks have started to fallen off. She can't put on another mask anymore. You can't put on another makeup anymore, Mel. People are seeing you, who you truly are without the mask, who you truly are without the makeup. If you want to mitigate that, then you got to be real with yourself. You have to be real with yourself. You have to stop putting on all these masks, basically. Because you're proving what everybody's calling you, a hypocrite, a deceiver, a hypocrite. A right-wing extremist. Christian extremist, basically. A grifter. Yeah. It's just... You're spending all these years, you're spending these past couple years pulling this charade. And now look at you.
No. And if that's the case, then it'll be less uploads. I'm not going to be able to upload 5 days a week as I used to. But we'll see. And so just, I ask those who are supportive of me to pray that God would guide me in the direction that I'm supposed to be. Because I do feel like I'm at a turning point in this right now, because it's like, wait, I don't know. So anyway, thank you all so much for hanging out with me and hearing me out. Probably going to get some people hating and who didn't listen to a word I said and who will have...
No, Mel. We listened to every single word you said in this entire video. We listened to every single letter that came right out your mouth, and we debunked it. We just showed that you can't even be honest with yourself, that you contradict yourself every single time, that you are so deluded. You are so deluded at this point. It's like, I can't even be mad anymore. It's just sad.
These rebuttals that I already even addressed in this video, but because they didn't listen, it is what it is. That's probably gonna...
No, we listened. We listened to everything. But you need to listen to yourself.
Happen. But let it be clear, I stand with Jesus Christ, and I will not be allied with perversion. And I don't care. Oh, what about your friend here who is? What about I don't care. I don't care. I can still love them as people, but that doesn't mean I'm going to be promoting the same things that they're promoting.
Nobody's asked you to promote the same things they're promoting, Mel.
It is what it is. So What about what you said here? And again, I don't care. I don't care what I used to believe. I was born again. And I'm being sanctified each and every single day. I'm still growing. Somebody asked that. And now that I even mentioned that, somebody asked that on this thread. They pulled up screenshots. People, oh, she's just a grifter because look at this. Look at this. In 2018, she was defending lesbians in this game. Okay. Yes, I did. And then we have this question. What changed the past few years since you were defending queer ideology? It's simple. Jesus changed me. The word of God changed me. If we want to sit and argue beyond that and just argue about personal beliefs.
Let's look at these replies real quick. We all have our journey to find truth in different times. Funny how they bring up the past when they fall on the journey. Ever done a video of past myths? No serious person thinks that this is a satisfactory answer. That's not an answer, Mel. That is not an answer. Neo J said, Jesus changed me when I needed to grift. Her argument is invalid. Jesus is a shield, doesn't cut. This is what I've been saying. I don't care what I used to believe when I was talking about rival rivals. I don't care what I used to believe when I said that about Sour Blade last year, only a few months ago. It's all conflict management. I agree, Punk Waddle. I agree 100%.
It's like, that'll never end. So, oh, well, then you must follow the Bible better than 99% of Christians. Well, and as I said here, most people who claim to be Christians don't even read the Bible at all. I can't even tell you, even with this Goonergate thing. Well, I'm a Christian and I support this. And I look at their profile and all it is digital pornography.
She's projecting again. You're just projecting again. Because you're only looking at Christianity channels, but there's Christians in your chat who are even calling you out as well. So you're just projecting. And you're no better, Melonie. Yet you've spent this entire video trying to prove that you're better. Even people who aren't Christian can tell you how much you're projecting right now.
I'm a Christian. Hilarious how you can say, and you know what? I've been there because not doing that, but I have been there where I used to be, oh yeah, I'm a Christian, but I was living in a way that wasn't biblical. Or I was
From what it sounds like, you're still living that way. Just saying.
Supporting things that wasn't biblical. So easy to call yourself a Christian, but are you? And so I said years ago, I committed to reading the Bible daily and it changed my life. I do live it and I'm deeply repentant when I stumble. Because I'm not going to pretend like I never stumble. That's the thing is people think, you know, those of us who are against like this, that, or the other, does that mean that we live our lives and we never have temptation in our lives to sin? Does that mean that we don't even have those same carnal desires? No, things like lust, gluttony, anger, hatred, all these things are carnal desires that most people feel. But it's different when you act on it versus just feeling it.
That's a question you really, really, really need to ask yourself that. And again, you're just projecting how much of a hypocrite you are.
And that's why you can't get past this stuff on your own. You can't, through your own sheer discipline, overcome these things. You need Jesus. And when I say, okay, I read the Bible every day and that changed my life, it wasn't because, oh, I logically obtained information that made sense to me, which obviously it does, but it's so much further beyond that. And I can't explain it to people who don't understand that we live in a spiritual realm and that we face spiritual opposition each and every single day with everything you do. If you are watching pornography, you are entertaining demons in that moment. So
one way to do it, Mel, is to not project yourself onto others. One way to do it is to not be as judgmental on others. One way to do it is to not think of yourself as better than others. Maybe something to actually think about.
Yeah. So that's the thing, is when you fellowship with God and you read the Bible and you tell yourself, I'm going to read the Bible every day without exception, that is you actively pursuing God with the intent to grow. Okay? Like, think of the parable of the sower that Jesus taught, and how the seeds of the word are planted, and now some people don't have soil that will grow that because, and read this for more full context, read the parable. But if you want the seed to grow, if you are seeking God, you have the soil that can produce, and that can produce fruit. And so the act of committing to reading the Bible every single day, it was the act of committing to fellowship with God every day, is what planted seeds, and you see those seeds grow as you continue to plant.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be blatantly honest with you. A lot of what she's saying feels hollow. Considering everything that she said before it, what is she saying right now feels hollow. It really does. Good for you. You want to go down this path. It is. But you have some serious soul searching to do, Mel. Like, seriously. You burned a lot of bridges. You burned a lot of people this past few months or so. You have burned a lot of people, myself included. John makes a good point, man. If we care to play by Bible rules, gaming is sloth, make up Vandy Pride, her Gooner over Laura Croft equals lust. Tell me more about the sins, Mel. Neo J. I said that because of your quote. Because I was trying to make quote. You're not making Christianity look better. You're not, Mel. You need to understand that. You ain't making the religion look better. You ain't making Christianity look better. You ain't making Christians look better. You ain't making God look better. You ain't making his holy son look better either. I would say please refer to my previous super chat. Shall I bring up Punk Waddle's previous super chat, because Punk Waddle has been on fire this morning. People have tells and they tell themselves on often. Exactly. You need to have proof and receipt. Mel envies Mommy Bear. Mel envies Mama Bear. Mel hates her fans. Mel wants all the money. Just LARPing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All I'm seeing is multiple masks. And Mel's wearing multiple masks the same way that she changes her hairstyle ever so often. The hairstyle so often. It's just multiple masks.
More and more and more seeds. And something as small as one chapter of the Bible a day before you go to bed. That's what I do. So I've been doing it for years now. You will look back and see how dramatically that changed your life. I can't even stress. People are showing evidence of how much that changed my life. So much some people don't even think it's real. No, this is evidence. This is evidence of how much God changed my life. I don't claim to be right out of wisdom. I don't claim to be right out of my opinions.
Except that you are, Mel. Except you're claiming to be right out of your own perceiving of wisdom. Except you're claiming to be right out of your own opinions. That's what this entire thing is. You can show the proof all you want to, but it's clear as day that you're claiming to be right based on your own perceivedness, based on your own opinions. So who are you trying to impress, Mel? Who is... Let's open this question up. Throughout the view, the louder they are, the less likely their ideals are internalized. Agreed. So, Melonie, I asked this question. Who's the real loser around here? The people that you're calling yourselves losers, demons, not worth anything if they don't follow the good book? Or someone who is on screen telling everyone that they follow the good book, that they're righteous, that they have been born again, that everyone who subscribes to the first Descendant or to clips like that are losers, are not to be reasoned with, are demonic. The person who has a giant Lara Croft statue in the background of her videos. I asked the honest question. Who's the real loser around here, Melonie? Who is the real loser?
I am following Jesus Christ. And I am applying the word of God to my life. I'm a fool who has been saved by Jesus Christ. So yeah, there you have it for this video. It's a lot longer than I thought it was going to be. I don't even know how many people are going to listen to it all, but the message is out there. I made my points known. Whatever I do from here, we'll see. I'm just trusting.
Yeah, we went for a 30-minute video that we went 4 hours breaking it down. Needless to say, to everybody who watched this stream, listen to every single word that she said in this video. We all listened loud and clear. And we were able to point out the serious inconsistencies in what you're saying, the hypocrisies in what you're saying, the absolute delusion in what you're saying, and the trouble that you have deep down inside. We're not perfect. No one is. But at least I don't go around telling everyone that I'm not perfect and trying to be judgmental. At least I don't go around trying to paint myself as a victim. At least I don't go around wearing a mask. Thank you, Ray. Just like dying young idols get the best of me. A line from Manchester Orchestra song. Agreed. I hope I was articulate in what I said. And I hope I was articulate in what I was pointing out. And
Singing God for his guidance. I've been so out of it with my routine ever since like the Goonergate stuff. And it's been really hard for me to find my footing since on what I'm doing.
What you should have done, Mel, was just say, hey, this whole Goonergate, I shouldn't have doubled down. You should have took some self-awareness. You shouldn't have doubled down and just moved on from it. Then just let be as made. Let them just talk. Let them just talk. Let them just say is, and you continue doing your own thing. Instead, you didn't. Instead, you addressed it. Instead, you addressed it and doubled down. Instead, you painted everyone else. You slapped that red paint on everyone else. You slapped the junk on everyone else. You were tossing the mud. You were tossing the mudslinging. You were mudslinging everyone else to play as a defense mechanism. When in reality, you should understand that maybe I went too far. Maybe I need to be humble. Maybe I need to learn how to be genuine for once. You're as brain dead as Anita is. And this is on the 10-year anniversary, and we in this 10-year anniversary of this whole GG nonsense too. No self-awareness. No, I think it's a Laura Croft statue, but you cannot play this Puritan game. You seriously cannot play this Puritan game, especially when you claim. And I'm gonna go on this offset here. I would recommend everybody to watch Hypnotic stream, because he broke down that Mel is Mel even an anime fan. You see, there's a lot of contradictions here. You're showing you too much of a snake in the grass, Mel. You're showing way too much of you a snake in the grass. From someone who's going through his own journey, for someone who's dealing with that, you're the last person I should be seeking advice from. I should be seeking guidance from. You're not setting an example, Melonie. You are not setting an example. Exactly. When she realizes that Chainsaw Man is just as perverted, as Hypnotic pointed out, Chainsaw Man is just as perverted as what she's claiming. It's what she's saying about First Descent and other things. I don't know what it is, but I wanted to make this stream because I wanted to get this off my chest. Because there were some things that there were some things that she said in this video that I was legitimately upset about. That I did feel that those were personal attacks at me. Personal attacks of what I'm into, personal attacks of what I do. And when I say never apologize for wanting attractive women, and me especially in video games, is because of people with attitudes like Melonie. It's because of exactly these attitudes. You ain't helping anyone. You know better than the people we've criticized over the years. You know better. The people you've criticized over the years, the people that you've had spasms with, you know better than they are. I said earlier about wearing masks. I said earlier about wearing different masks, and I can tell you this right now, Melonie. I'm gonna get a lot of anger from this one. The one mask that I saw from you wearing this entire time was the mask of Alyssa Mercante, because you just that on the other side. You just another side of that coin. When you should know better than that. I just see Anita. I just see the other side of Anita. I just see the other side of Alyssa. I just see another side of all of those kind of people. This just goes back to this whole two sides of the same coin. So don't take. I'm not on either side at this point. The only side I'm on is my own. The only audience I have is the only audience I'm with is really the CSF Nation, the audience I built. Okay, it's a little out of left field there, but she's no better. She's no better than the people. No better than the people she's had spasms with over the years. She's no better than the people on the other side. And that's why I'm willing to call. That's why people are more open to calling out people on both sides of the aisle at this point. Because generally people want the pendulum to swing right back down the middle. Either all of it, either we understand a thing about moderation, either we understand a thing about humanism, we understand a thing about both sides can coexist, or none of it. We can understand that you can have one thing and you can have both things, but you can't have it all. Have none of it. I'm not trying to say this wrong side of hit. You're saying this Mel's on like the wrong side of history or anything, but going this, but having the pendulum swing all the way to now, we have to come back to this 90s satanic panic is not the way to go. That's not the path that we want to take. Is that really the path you want to take? Just because your person is in office and all the changes I'm making does not mean we just going to be switching over to the other side, that we're just going to be in lockstep, that we're all just going to automatically be in lockstep. Nah, that's not how it works. Don't think that we ain't going to criticize. Don't think that people are going to criticize your side now too. And I highly doubt that she's going to care. I highly doubt she's going to care about all that. I highly doubt she's going to even care about this long video that I pointed out. And you can happily send it to her. You can happily send it to her. You can happily let her audience know about that. Because she'll just shrug it off. She'll just shrug it off. But all she's doing is pointing out exactly what I said. She's pointing out exactly the points I'm making. Exactly, Cage. That's why I said stay in your lane. Because clearly, as you're learning right now, this ain't your lane anymore. Yeah, kind of see it as a parallel. I get it, point guard. You cannot play this both sides game anymore, Melonie. You can't realize that at this point. And you clearly have a side that you're going with. But understand that you're trying to project this on regular people. Trying to project this on regular people who sees what's going on, who does not want to see that your side, who does see that your side isn't going to be any better. Do we want everything to switch over to the far right side? No, that's not going to be better then. Exactly. Exactly. Positivity needs to call out this kind of thing, man. I don't like talking about sides. I don't like talking about politics and such like that. But I'm against Puritans, period. I'm against Puritans, period. A general principle of the matter. Because that's not a life you want to live. That's not a personality you want to have, man. I appreciate Melonie staying true to convictions, but even then, she can't even stay true to herself half the time. To be honest with you, I put the term there. Let's say never apologize for wanting attractive women in your media, especially in your video games. It's because I've seen the demonization for years. I've seen people get canceled for this for years. I've seen people get in trouble. People get attacked for years just for liking female characters, just for liking and appreciating female characters. And I feel like this past year has strengthened me personally, has made me more just be like, no, I'm going to be much more stronger in how I feel. And I don't care who is going to have a problem with that. Either you're in it or don't. See, listen. This channel, we accepting. This channel, this channel is good to all. CSF Nation, we good to all. But you gotta make sure you're good to yourself. You gotta make sure you ain't playing this charade. You gotta make sure that you are true to yourself. You gotta make sure that you respect others. You gotta make sure you respect all of us, man. There's so many people. I can tell you this. There's so many people who are not into the stuff I'm into. There's so many channel members. I have a lot of channel members who are not into the stuff that I'm into. Yet they support me. And yet they still support the channel. Yet they still support my work. They still support the voice that I have. You don't need to. You don't need to be perfect. You don't need to. You don't need to be all this, man. Mel, you should know that. Ray is saying lust is more of a sexual thing, Mel. It applies to many things, just like power and just for life. I got an itch for this. Because the character's underage and shit like that. But you know what? I'm still going through it. Just because I know it gets reaction out of people. People support others, man. That's what I'm trying to say is that I am nothing. By Mel's account, by Mel's decree, by Melanie Mac's decree, I'm a loser. I shouldn't be reasoned with. I shouldn't be spoken to. I shouldn't even be spat in the same direction. But at least I'm more true to myself than you are. At least I give it that. I'm not perfect like anybody else, man. We ain't perfect. Y'all ain't on this perfect, man. This journey is something that we all have to experience individually. And even I've come to the acceptance that, listen, I got way too much. When my time comes, I got way too much to answer for. I got way too much to answer for. But you know what? I'm hoping that amidst all of that, I did do some good in the world. That I did make some positive. I did inspire people for positive reasons. I inspire people positively in lives. I did make a positive impact. You do that, you're just being yourself, just being true to who you are. And they're going to follow. Those people are going to follow. Those people are going to find you. The same way that people found Melonie Mac. Same way that people support you. They're going to find that, you know? I ain't going. Maybe it's just me coming to the acceptance that when my time is done here on this planet, I ain't going to make it up there. Maybe not. But at least I can lead. At least I know that I can at least did some good. At least I have some good in my own conscience. At least I learned trying to be true to myself. Try to be honest with yourself. And what I saw with Melonie Mac throughout this video is just not being honest, not being dishonest, being conflicted. I noticed a lot of confliction within her too. And clearly, it's with a lot of what she's been going through. A lot of what she's been going through the past year, especially with her, how rough her divorce was and all that stuff. Rough her divorce was, blacklisting, all that stuff. But trying to project that onto others is not the way to do it. And I've refrained from going this low blow, but now a lot of other people are saying it. A lot of people are seeing the elephant in the room. You want to follow? Clearly, you want to follow. You clearly want to follow God's teachings. You clearly want to follow the good Lord's teaching. But one of those ways is to you got to be able to. You got to learn to start you need to start a family. And let's be honest here, the clock is ticking for all of us too to do so. I mean, hell, you're older. Hell, you're like what, 3-4 years older than me. You're way older than me, and and your chances might be slipping. That might be the case. Whatever it is, Melonie. This ain't it. Girl, this ain't it. And I figured you all people would be better than that. I figured you of all people with the fact that you're born again, that you would know better than that. To know that this journey, that your walk with the good Lord is yours. Is yours own. Is yours only. Understand that this is your walk. This isn't others. You can't just project yourself. You can't just project that onto other people. You can't just You can't just be judgmental and thinking that you're the purest of heart, that you're the purest of intent, that you're the martyr in this one. You're the innocent one. When you've been mudslinging this. You legitimately have been mudslinging. You gotta learn to take criticism. You have to learn to take criticism, Melonie. You have to learn that people point out that, hey, maybe I was wrong. Maybe I was in the wrong for this whole time. That, hey, I may not be live and let live. That might not be my thing, but whatever, man. I'm not gonna I shouldn't demonize y'all. You guys have your own struggles. You guys have your own thing. Like the whole thing with her just saying, we're losers. Like, you don't know me. You don't know what I've been through. You don't know what any of these people have been through. You haven't walked a mile in their shoes. You haven't walked their path. Everybody's path is different than yours, Mel. That doesn't make him any worse. That doesn't make you any better. Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. And thank you, Cage, for that $5 super chat. I agree. Grace is watching somebody go from persecuted to persecutor. Yeah, exactly. She's got enough to survive for a while, but like when all that's gone, all that's gone, who's going to be left? Like, who legitimately is going to be left? That's my question to you, John. Who's going to be left when all that's gone? When all that's said and done? It's just going to be her. It'll just be her, man. I just see all I see is somebody who's just wearing so many different masks, and someone who's legitimately like suffering from being lonely, from being dealt a bad hand, maybe from being dealt a bad hand, but for somebody who's not seeing the forest from the trees, who's not thinking more than one step ahead, who's not looking in the mirror. Because she knows that she takes one good look at that mirror is going to be broken. That mirror is just going to be broken. And that's what I see. It's a broken reflection. It's a broken glass. I don't know, man. And that's not, and like I said, I watched it, and like I said, I cannot make this clear. I am not sniding anyone else who's walking the path, anyone else who's found faith, anyone else. This is directly at her, because she doesn't speak for you. She doesn't speak for anyone else, only herself. No. What time is it? What time is it right now? 11:23. Jesus Christ. Anyway, listen, to the 30 people who have been watching, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Thank all of y'all. Thank all y'all for letting me ramble for 4 hours onwards, because I had a lot to say about this video. I was upset. And now that I think about it, now that I've then I feel much better kind of letting that out. You know? Did I step? I hoping I was very articulate what I said, and if I stepped out of line, then okay, I apologize if I stepped out of line, but I'm not. Like I said, I wasn't going to hold back on the start of the show, and I'm not. I wasn't going to hold back. I was going to be honest with myself on this, because there were points what she said where I took offense to that. And I was telling myself, no, I'm not a loser. Okay, you man, you do have worth. And that's what Melonie was saying to Mickey. You feel like you don't have any self-worth. Like, she clearly had. It's like you want to be it's like just making everyone as miserable as her, because she feels miserable. Deep down inside, she knows deep down inside she feels miserable right now. And a lot of that misery, and she must know that some of that misery is self-inflicted. It's on her. Clearly, if not, then it's just delusion. Say a prayer for her. Say a prayer for me. Say a prayer for everyone, man. But understand this. Your relationship with the good Lord is yours. Remember that. And don't let people like Melonie speak for you. She doesn't. I'm sorry. She doesn't represent you. As a God-fearing man, as a good Christian, understand that Melonie doesn't represent you. She doesn't. Okay? That's what I'm trying to say. You should be propping her up as this patron saint. You should be propping her up as this martyr. That's not how it works, man. No one speaks for you but you. She said what she says did not affect my self-worth. She spoke her mind, should not expect yourself. Exactly, Dante. Thank you. Exactly. Parasocial relationships get weird. Exactly. And yeah, me doing this 4.5 hour stream probably gave her that attention. And you know what? That's fine. But I needed to get something off my chest, and I wanted to speak out something I had a lot to say about that video when I wanted to say it. And to tell Mel, it's like, you're not gonna like, you want to help people, that's fine. You want to do this, fine, but you're not going to demonize. You're not going to play this moral high ground. You're no better than anyone else walking this earth. You're no better. And yet you went through this entire video basically telling everyone you're better. No shot at any other person covering this subject matter. But those were the parts that I wanted to cover, because not a lot of people were bringing that up. And not a lot of people were bringing up that arrogant high and mighty ivory tower that she was excruciating, that she was exacerbating throughout this entire video. Right, and it was all over a butt, man. It's all over just a character in a video. It's just a character in a video game dancing and shaking. You know, just dancing to the rhythm. You know, that's all it was over. That's why it's just so stupid. That's why it's just so stupid. That's why this whole Goonergate thing is so stupid. And I blame Smash for coining the term Goonergate, by the way. Much love to you, Smash, but I'm just saying. I blame you, okay? I blame you. Smash is gonna be like, what, me? Smash is go look at this, listen to this later. You're like, how am I playing for this? Yeah, I'll blame you for calling that term Goonergate, bro. You have to take some accountability for this one, Smash. you It always comes back to Smash. Smash cannot get himself in trouble. Man. Smash can't stop getting himself in trouble, you know? Oh, she was defending her image. Yeah, all over. And it's not even a thong. It's just a leotard. Oh, man. Oh, my God. This was a show. This was a Makini in the morning for the ages, ladies and gentlemen. Crazy, man. Listen, thank y'all so much. Thank you, everyone's been watching. Thank y'all for the super chats and the memberships. To 30 people watching, you guys deserve to all the near 30 people, you guys deserve a round of applause. Thank you for letting this brother just rant. You guys deserve a round of applause right there. There you go. Take it back, man. Y'all, you guys are the real MVPs here. You guys are the real MVPs. So thank y'all for letting me listen. Listen, guys, you guys are truly incredible. Of course, I gotta do all those things. You guys really want to make a statement to like the Melonies of the world, to all those people in the world, to the Anitas of the world, and such like that. There's only one thing you gotta do. Smack that like button and make it jiggle. Treat that like button, smack that like button away. And Haley is just wiping the snow off her butt, just like that. Treat that just like that. Smack that like button and make it jiggle. Smack that subscribe button and make it jiggle as well, guys. I thank all y'all. You guys are truly amazing. Join the channel. Of course, I'll see. I'll go put this here. I do need to update the channel members, but I'll just say it here.
To everyone in the cute, sexy, and fun nation, thank you from the bottom of our hearts. If you would like to see your name on the screen, join the CSF Nation for those Donmon. You get access to exclusive art drops that Makini every 2 months for all CSF Nation. Again, we would like to thank you for your incredible support. CSF Nation. For life.
Sorry about that. My bad. Sorry. By the way, Cute, Sexy, and Fun was named after basically my art style. That's why I used to call it Sexy, Cute, and Fun. And you can call it lustful, you can call it Gooner, whatever you want to call it. But to me, that's what my audience, to me, that's what my art style is. To me, that's what I appreciate. I make no bones about it. You like I said, you can call this Gooner and whatever you want. You can call this lust, whatever you want. But you can't deny that this is a genuine appreciation for the female form in all its entirety. The genuine appreciation for beauty and all, for feminine beauty in all its entirety. This is why I stand up for it. This is why I support games like Versus Senate, support games like Stellar Blade, like Nikkei, even Zenless Zone Zero. And I'm going to tell you something right now, Mel. This whole cute, sexy, and fun thing, the whole thing that I do here, I got a female fan base, a very dedicated female fan base out of it. I never thought I would have this many women be supportive of what I do and completely all about what I do. To the point where I have a co-host that I've been streaming for 4 years who who has been the biggest cheerleader. Yesterday was her birthday, by the way. So one more happy birthday to Mama Bear, by the way. But these are real people. These are real legitimate people here, Melonie. These are real legitimate people who may walk that same path as you do, but they understand that they understand that they're human beings first, and they treat other people as human beings, and they treat other people just as the way they treated. They like to be treated. And guess what? They're not demons. They're not losers. Everybody in this chat, everybody who's been watching is not a loser in my eyes. You like what you like, you appreciate what you appreciate, but you don't force it upon others. I've been influenced by so many amazing artists over the years. And guess what? They're not losers either. They're not demonic. They're not demons. You don't paint that with a broad brush. You don't paint people like that with a broad brush. You don't paint regular people with a broad brush. You don't paint people in my chat. You don't paint me with a broad brush and get away with it. And thinking I'm just gonna sit by and let that happen. No. I'm gonna call you out. I'm gonna call you out, and I'm going to address it straight up. So I'm hoping that this is the last time I bring up Goonergate, that this is the last time I even bring up Melonie Mac. Because at this point, let the chips fall where they may. I'm moving on from this. If she wants to continue running her mouth, play the victim, all I'm going to say is, whatever. Okay, it's fine, but I'm done. So, Cassie, Cassie, I know you, Cage, I know you listening. I know Smash is listening too. Cage, y'all do another stream on her. Go ahead. I'm done. I've said my piece. I'm walking away. All right. You ain't going to influence me to do another one unless she even listen by off chance that, you know, she does see this stream. She does listen to this entire stream and all these points and such like that. And she does thinking, and she thinks if she wants to try to, you know, make a response video or try to clown on me or whatever, just ask yourself this, Melonie. Who's really the loser around here? And ask yourself, are you actually even honest with who you are? Just think about that. Just think about that before you make it. Before you make a response, before anybody makes a response to my stream, just think about that for a second. If you think me going for 4.5 hours pointing out everything wrong and showing in proof and everything wrong in video somehow makes me a loser, well, I guess I'm a loser then, huh? But as someone stated in the chat, you're better off being a loser. As Snowdove stated, you're better off being a loser than being a faker. I guess that goes a long way then, does it? Anyway, I'm out of here. I'll see you all tonight for the late show on Mornings of Mischief, and then we'll be back here on Sunday for Makini Live. I might have a video in between. I might have a little commentary video. Maybe today, maybe later today, or if not, maybe tomorrow or so. But anyway, I'm gonna get out of here, get something to eat, and get my day started. I got work to do. So I love y'all. I really appreciate that. I really do. I'm Makini 90. No matter who you are, you know, I'm gonna say this right now. No matter who you are, I'm Makini 90, artist, journeyman, and illustrator. And thank you for tuning in to this 4.5-hour edition of Makini in the Morning, the special edition of Makini in the Morning. Stay cute. No matter who you are, no matter no matter what path you take, no matter what your life is, no matter who you are, no matter what walk of life you are, stay cute, stay sexy, have fun, take care, much love. Never, ever, 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 ever apologize for wanting attractive women in your media, especially in your video games. Never apologize for wanting a femininity in video games. Never apologize for wanting that. Never, don't ever let Melonie or any of these other people dissuade you, try to bring you down. They ain't better than you. Just remember that. They are not better than you. You follow the good Lord's path, and the good Lord's the only one who decides that. Not her, not anyone else. And no matter where you are, never forget these 3 words. Never stop drawing.
Makini in the Morning is filmed before a live studio audience at Makini Studios in Arcadia Village's South Tower, right here in Pacific City. Want to be a part of the next Makini in the Morning live show audience? Huh? All you have to do is visit youtube.com/Makini90 or call 765-9077 toll free. Makini in the Morning is produced by Silver Night Productions with Makini Draws Productions in association with Channel 90 Television and is distributed by CSF Nation Domestic Television Distribution. Take 5, much more formal this time.